How's everybody doing today? I hope you slept well. Hope you're feeling good. Welcome to the tank. And I must always start off with the fact that this is a channel where we trade hot stocks and there are no guarantees. I am not a financial advisor. I do not make any promises. I cannot tell you what the future is going to hold. All I can do is try to help you pick stocks that are likely to rise and have minimal effort chances of dropping. That's what we try to do. But there is no way to control what's going to happen with any stock at any given time. And this is the most important thing for you to understand as you're investing. Okay. And always try to keep a lot of your powder dry, is what I try to tell people. Don't ever go all in. That is never a wise investment decision. And today I'm going to be looking at several different stocks. One of them is EDBL, and I see it right now making a nice little move here. EDBL, and a little bit ago I saw it down at had it here at 1501, 1501, and then from 1501, the next low it achieved was here at 1536. The next low it achieved was here at 1540. And then the next low it achieved was here, which was at 1563. And then the last low was right here at 1577. So that's what I'm seeing with EDBL: a higher low, a higher low, a higher low. And not only this higher low here, but bouncing right off the 200-day average. Good morning, John Connor. Good morning. Good. It's good to have your powder dry. It's very good to have your powder dry. It feels good to have that, doesn't it? Yeah. Knowing that someone here could call out one and it could just be doing everything we want: the volume, the catalyst, the no halting. So we're looking at these stocks that were called out yesterday. And I want you to see why you don't want to hold day trade stocks. All right. These are stocks that we were looking at to day trade only yesterday, not hold long. You don't hold them long. It's the rule. We don't hold them long. We sell them all before 8 p.m. And I'm looking now at EDBL. And what I like is what I see is two consecutive flat top greens here with no wick on them at all. Okay. Two consecutive flat top greens with no wick as it's crossing over the 10-day and the 45-day moving average. The 5-day is light blue. The orange line is my 10-day. The dark blue is my 45-day. And the red line there is a 50-day average. Those are the moving averages I'm using. And now we have 1, 2 flat top green candlesticks in a row. And here is your third right here. Now, as it says in my thumbnail, talks about trading in a group. These are the these are the tank members that are using different types of scanners, screeners, AI software in the testing phase. And these are the names of the individuals. So if you see them come into the tank today, you'll know that they are equipped with software that gives us all an advantage. Okay. You're using all these people together to create a beehive of stock studying, if you will. And when we get this many people together, sometimes you can have on these call outs, I can have multiple people calling it out because it's going off on several different scanners. That often happens. And for example, day before yesterday, these were the stocks that were called out. And some were called out by multiple folks. All right. And like this one here, when you start seeing several names calling out these stocks, then you know, okay, that one's really the hot one. And for example, TNMG, One Love, and WeVestor were both on that one. Up here, NNBR, Jayhawk, Dave Sanders. uh, Now, good morning, WeVestor. I seen this guy on YouTube the other day that supposedly came out with a hive mind for the army. Huh. SRFM. Okay, thank you. I got to get a new sheet of paper here. And welcome to July, ladies and gentlemen, the second hottest month of the year. Heat wave, baby. Okay. So let's get up here, first of all, and start up at the top and say good morning to Jayhawk, who was the first one splashing around here in the tank this morning. And we are on 7-1. And Jayhawk is calling out TC as a possible player today, DXF. And just so you can see, Jayhawk, I've got a J Rock, but Jayhawk is using this software right here, Thinkorswim, a new scanner he's got, maybe not so new anymore, but Webull and Robinhood scanners. So that is what Jayhawk is using. And he is calling out the following stocks. And we're going to go over here to my stream. Watch, view your channel. There we are. Let us show you how to day trade. Okay. Thank you. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, half a year gone already. That's right, Pat. So we're over here on my channel right now, and we're watching the stream, and we're looking at everybody's comments this morning. So you can see there TC, DXF, GSUN, EHGO again, JEM, and LGO. All right. Clinton Glasgow, CANF. Got it. Nisi Jane, good morning. Let's rise and shine today. Yes. Jayhawk should have said, should have held my TC overnight. Oh, no regrets. You should never hold a day trade stock overnight. I only had 20 shares. All right. Gem could be a good day trader. Got it. Okay. Got it. Let me get on up here. Nisi Jane, yes. Good morning. Should have held my TC. I only had 20 shares. JEM NRXS is looking interesting. Jay Watson. NRXS. Thank you very much. UWMC is nice. Well, uh, Jay, I appreciate that very much. Let's go see how that stock has done. Put it on my dividend sheet. Let's go see how it's done over the last year. So we're going to come over here. Going to click on this row. Going to copy that. Come down here and paste it. And then change the letters here to UWMC. And this is my dividends list, which has 75 stocks on it. Let's see how this one loads up and how it looks. So, number one, over the last 5 days ago, the price was at 202. 10 days ago, 228. And 30 days ago, it was at 301. Oh, now over the last 5 days, you can see up here, over the last 30 days, the last 5 days, and over the last 5 days, it's up 13.4%. But up over the last 30 days, no, it's down 23.9. And over the last year, it's down 45%. Now, could it be turning around right now? Sure, it could be. Here's their market cap, PE ratio, and the amount of dividend that they're paying is 17.47. Now, that's very high. That might be the highest on my list, but that's not good for sure. So I'm not going to keep that on my list. Nope, it won't remain. It shan't remain there. That one is not one I want to hold long. I see it pays a good dividend, and over the last 5 days, it's up 13%. But over the long haul, it's on a downward trend, it seems. Let's look at it on the chart. UWMC. There it is. And this is what happened with it yesterday. Opened at 207, went to 238. So about a 10% mover almost. And let's look at it on the longer chart, the 20-day chart. Yeah, that thing's definitely been receding, but I do I do see signs of hope with this 50-day rising now and possibly going to come up over the 200-day. But look at him smash it down. This is such a common picture. You guys see this all the time. This 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 is a very common picture, isn't it? The looks of something like that. Now, that being said, I do see that they just drove the price down to below the 200, and then that thing retracted right back up pretty nicely, right to this same candlestick bottom. So UWMC, unfortunately, the longest term chart, the 1 year, it's very, that thing's been falling like a rock. And listen, there's been more and more volume coming in to make it fall. I mean, this volume's gotten bigger and the sell off bigger and even bigger and even bigger. Okay. This sell off is huge, or has been. Okay. This has been an absolute, complete, and utter annihilation, with the price falling from $7.14 to just now $2 a share. $2. UWMC. I'm going to see if there's any news on this company. UWM shares rise after Keefe, Barnett, and Wood upgrade it. KBW upgrade. But look at the massive amount of selling going on here against this thing. Look at all that volume increasing as they sold it down. Just sold it, sold it, sold it, sold it. UWMC reminds two stockholders to vote against the CCM transaction to preserve the road to maximum value. KBW upgrades UWM holdings to outperform for market perform, and adjusts the price target to 375 from 450. They're upgrading the stock and dropping the price target to 375 from 450. Okay. Well, they've certainly beat the shit out of this stock, WUWMC, that's for sure, Jay. And but I don't know if I want to try to catch a falling knife. I see it trying to make a little bit of a recovery here after hitting dividend 10 cents on 6:18 Central Standard Time. Well, UWMC, I'm going to come over here. Yep, 10 cents. 10 cents, folks. That's the dividend on this one. Just so you're aware of it, the dividend is 10 cents, which pays that's 17.47%. But this stock is down 45% over the last year. And even though it's a dividends paying stock, and you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the volume on this has been getting quite reduced. All right. The volume's gotten less and less and less and less. And so that's not going to stay on my dividend sheet. So we're going to copy this and paste here. There we go. All right. So we are not going to have that on my dividend list, not my long list, but it's worth looking at possibly today for a move, but one day only. All right. And the stock we're going to look at now is DXF. There it is, DXF. That doesn't look like it's doing very well right now. Jayhawk. And the 20-day chart, there it is. DXF. I see what it's doing. And it did just bounce off below the 10 there. And it's sitting right on that 10. Okay. It is a triple upside crossover on the 20-day chart. A triple upside crossover on the 20-day chart. DXF. Closed at 36 cents. Now hitting 163 in the pre-market. Okay. And with DXF, I'm looking to try to find any news that I can at all. DXF. Eason Technology, it's called, rose 241% to $1.25 in pre-market trading after falling 3% on Tuesday. But why? DXF. 163. Okay. 163 high. And that was at 4 a.m. Okay, DXF. Now, interestingly enough, also, I want to look at DXF's. I want to look at DXF up here and see how many shares they've got outstanding, as if it really matters. Up 173%, 94 cents. And we're going to look at statistics on this stock. And clicking on statistics, now we roll down here. Shares outstanding, 3.23 million. Okay. Got it. And the float is non existent. 11% of the shares are held by insiders, and 45% of these shares are held by institutions. 45% of shares outstanding, institutions. And as it says here, 11% held by insiders. Uh, this is on a stock, DXF, ladies and gentlemen, DXF. Now, we probably won't be able to trade it on Charles Schwab without a brokerage assistance. And however, also, I don't really want to have any stocks that people can't trade on. I want everybody to be able to trade on the stock I'm trading on. This DXF has been already proven very volatile. And here's what I want to warn you about getting in on a stock like this, in any valid amount at all, is because, ladies and gentlemen, I've seen this movie before, and believe it or not, this stock that only has 3 million shares, it could trade 100 million shares today, even though there's only, as we just discovered, 3.23 million shares outstanding. And what I advise against is getting in on this, because as people wake up this morning across mid-America, right now it's only 7:15 in many of the central U.S., and it's only 6:15 out on the West Coast. And there's a 4-hour difference, ladies and gentlemen. Alexa, what time is it in Los Angeles, California right now?
In Los Angeles, it's 5:17 a.m.
So there's a 3-hour difference here from so over there, it's 5:17 in the morning. They're going to be waking up and see their stock up 180%. And as each individual wakes up across the country and sees the stock up 180%, they're going to start selling it, folks. Okay? They're likely going to start selling it. Now, does that mean that you should buy it now? Well, it just tapped $1. And I can tell you, when 100 times out of 100, I would sell $1. And I also sell 101 and 102 here. And DXF should be a buyback. This might be a good one to day trade today. Watch it come down to 93 here. I'm just going to call this out. I believe they'll pull it back from the dollar down to 93 or 94 cents. maybe even 88 cents. Maybe even you could see a 77, or you could see a 66 by the end of the day. I know that sounds crazy, but listen, I'm telling you, as each individual, as each person wakes up and sees their account up 188%, they're going to be inclined to just sell right then. So that's what I'm warning you about right now, that as the day goes on, individuals will be waking up at 7:15 in the morning. Their alarms are going off now and they're seeing they're up 184% and they're selling. Understand? It makes logical sense. Some of them are like, holy crap, I'm up, however much they're up, and they're selling. And then the as more and more people wake up across the US, they're gonna sell this. Now remember, there's only 3 million shares outstanding, and of that 3.23 million shares outstanding, 45% are held by institutions. So nearly half of the shares outstanding, ladies and gentlemen, are being held by institutions. And if you add company insiders, it's actually 55%. So 55% of these 3 million shares. Can anybody look at DXF right now and let me know how many shares are traded on it? Jayhawk is calling out KUST. Good. John Connor says he's in with me on EDBL. Okay. Well, I don't know if that's a good idea necessarily, but uh, hopefully it can sustain its move. I saw it just making there. Let's come look at it on the 1 day. Yeah. Just riding, herking, and jerking on a rising 200 day. Herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it. Herk it, jerk it, herk it, jerk it, herk it, jerk it, herk it, jerk it. All morning long. What are they going for here in this trench? 1588, 1650. Well, you can see why they want this line. They're so stubborn about it. You can see why that is. If you move that up here, you can see why they're so stubborn with that line. Look at that. Look at how many times that line has been achieved, and just look at that. No wonder they're so adamantly holding it there. I mean, look at it. It was a bottom here, a bottom here, a bottom, 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 bottom. I mean, goodness gracious. It probably goes even beyond that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There is, oh my gosh, look at that line, how familiar this line is to them for a low. This has been so many times achieved over and over, hasn't it? No wonder they want that line so bad to stop it from going over. Look at that. Look how many times it was a low. Look how many times it was a low, folks. Stop dropping there. Stop dropping there. Stop dropping there. Stop there. Stop there. Stopped here. Stopped. 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 Now it's the high resistance. See that? Easy to see it. And hey, breaks that line, watch out. It comes up to this range then. But they've already herked and jerked this whole dang thing out here too. So now they've herked and jerked it out here. Now they've herked and jerked it again through this region. And when it gets to this has already all been herked and jerked as well, completely herked and jerked. So it should move right on up over past all that. Yep. I'm serious, folks. That's just my take on it. This has all been completely herked and jerked around all through this region for so long. Let's go over here and put a line here. Here's the bottom line. Well, it really already is there. I should just move it over. This is where they're herking and jerking it big time. There you go. So now you can see where they're barcoding this thing from here to here to here to here to here to there. That's what they're doing right now. And this line is at 1566, of course, and this line is at 1648. All right. So just expect your buys to come in at 1566, folks. And I had already put in those two lines because I told you if it broke over those two lines, there were two there, that it would go up. And sure enough, it has. And I'm telling you again now, if it breaks this line, it's going to go up. Yep, it's going to go up to here. Just so you know, it's going to go from this line to right here. This point of resistance to the drop, this point of resistance to a drop right there, this point of resistance to a rise. You can see this is where it's going next. From this line, it's going to go to this line. This is EDBL, EDBL. And the thing I like about it is I like the fact that the 50-day is rising nicely here and the 200 is rising. And all they've done now is converge this thing. This thing is completely converged right now. And look at the bottom of that candlestick rising because they know, the buyers know there. Look at the blue 5 day stopping there, stopping there, stopping there, stopping there. They finally drove it down below the 200, the blue 5 day. And as soon as they did, the buyers came in on that wick and drove it up to there. Now we're going to see what happens. There it goes. It's going the right way now. This is EDBL. EDBL. Man, that's a big green candlestick there that just popped on that. And I'm looking down here and I see a lot of selling against this, trying to suppress that. Closed at 191, now sitting at 160. And they had it lower than that this morning. Yes, they did. There we go. There it goes. Making a move now. EDBL. Still green on this candlestick here. Bid 160, ask 162. And let's look at EDBL. I own absolutely none of it right here. Well, I told you that I was going to sell all of my EDBL and I was going to sell everything that I day traded yesterday. I don't hold any more. Oh, well, on my paper money account, it really doesn't matter, but on my real account, I sell it all. And today, KUST is on the move. KUST. Oh, nice. All right. KUST, ladies and gentlemen. And I bought a little bit of that yesterday. And the market is going to open in 1 hour, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to ask you to do me a favor, if you wouldn't mind. And that is, the time is 8:30 right now, and 32 is a multiple of 8. So I'd like to ask at 8:32 and 8 seconds, would you mind helping my channel out? And in just about a minute and a half, let's all hit the like button together, okay? That really helps this channel grow, and it sends this out to more people. And I really like KUST right here. And so now I want to get logged in here to my account on Charles Schwab. So you guys are going to have to hold on a minute here. And KUST is making a move. You guys give me a minute. I'll be right back. Hopefully they won't shut off my stream. KUST. And like I said, you guys just give me a minute. This is what KUST looks like right now. And I'll be back hopefully within about 10 seconds. If they shut off my stream, I'll put up the same thumbnail with a new stream in about 5 minutes, okay? And I'll come back to this stream because they don't actually shut off my stream. It's just not visible to me. And I don't come back on when they do these software updates. And so you'll just be sitting there watching this little spinning thing on your screen, wondering where I went. And then in 5 minutes, I have to start up another stream because they do software updates on me often when I do this. So let me go get this password. I'll hopefully back in 10 seconds. Here we go. You guys chill out. Don't worry. I hopefully will be back and I won't have to restart my stream. All right. All right. And we're logging in. And I'm green today. And it is time to make a move. And first thing I'm going to look at here is SRFM. And enter that. All right, SRFM. Huh. Had it to 121 and then down to 115, so 6 cents down, then 5 cents up, 6 cents down, 6 cents up, 5 cent down, 5 cent up, 5 cent down, 5 cent up. Finally, it breaks out of this little area of monkeying around with it. And we see it go over this line. That'll be good. SRFM. We see it break that line. Then it has to break this line of resistance. Then it has to come above this. And once it breaks this line, that's this blue 5-day. If it breaks this line, it's going to go up big time. All right. Yep. From there, it goes to this line right here. That's where it goes. Right up there. And the stock I'm talking about is SRFM. And when this light blue line, if it gets to this level up here, you need to sell this stock, whatever it is. When the 5-day is there, you need to sell some of it. That means when the 5-day chart hits 124. And by the way, you can see the 5-day came up there and hit 124 and fell right back down. So if this 5-day comes up here, its first point of resistance is going to be breaking this line. If it breaks above that line, then it's got to break this line. And if it breaks above 120, then it's got to break this line, 121. And then it's going to start making its move, a real move. Okay? That's my call. And that is on the stock SRFM. And currently, I'm sitting on 650 shares of this. And we'll see what happens with it. SRFM. And now we're going to take a look at, and this is the 1-day chart. Let's look at the 20-day chart on this stock, SRFM. There it is. The 20-day chart on this stock, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at that. All right. And I want you to see this line of resistance right here. This has been broken. This is the most critical one right here, folks. That was the biggest line of resistance of all to break. Okay. And that line comes way back in time. You can see over here. Oh my gosh, just look how many times. Look how many times they have stopped on this line, stopped on that line, stopped on that line, stopped on that line, stopped on that line, stopped. And now it's broken over. Oh man. And look at this. It's a triple upside crossover of the 200-day average. What do you know that they would stop it on that line? Oh my. Huh. That tells you even more how meaningful this line is to them right there. Look at that chart and see how meaningful that line is to them right there. And now you've got a 50-day rising with a 45 above it and a 200 rising at this angle. Folks, this thing could go off of this thing. Man, oh man, just look at them try to suppress it there. Now the double effort to suppress on a rising 45 and 50. The last time they got here, the dang line was here. Now they're trying to re-achieve that point, and the dang 50's right underneath it. Okay. Well, I'm just showing you. I provide, you decide, ladies and gentlemen. This stock is SRFM. SRFM. And looking at the 20-day as well, Hey, man, you got some volume going on here now. Okay. You got some activity here, a lot of volume, a lot of selling in that first 4 hours yesterday, and then buying on the second four. And here, a lot of buying now. Listen, it's different, folks. They're coming in. Here we are. You can't even hardly see these candlesticks down here. But here comes the volume starting to come in on them. The stock I'm talking about is SRFM. And as we speak, it has an effort to pile drive it right there. You just saw them bam hit it, and then it retraced right off that. They tried to bring it here, and it came back here. This is two candlesticks in a row they've tried to achieve to this bottom, and it's retraced. And a rising 45, rising 50, rising 200. I'm telling you, they're only going to be able to barcode this and keep it in this range until this 50 and 45 get up there. And when this 50 and 45, and just look at the gap increasing between the 45 and 50 a day average. Look at the gap getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. That's momentum, folks. Three long-term averages rising, and only the shortest term average in the decline. The other ones are all rising, even the 10-day, folks. The 10-day, the 45, the 50, the 200, and they try to work a little short 5-day down. This thing's got a wick on it, folks. It's not pile driving now, and it's not a flat bottom. It's got a wick on it. Now it's gone. Watch this thing come up here. And they're trying to sell against it. Look at those red candlesticks right there. They're trying. They're trying their best to sell against this move. But that's a wave of energy. The 45, the 50, the 200. SRFM. This is the stock I'm going to trade today. I'm going to day trade this one today, SRFM. Uh, and let's look at KUST. KUST, ladies and gentlemen, right here. KUST. They tried to pile drive that just then. Look at that. And it's got a wick on the bottom of it. And a nice 5 and 10 day coming over and building a shoulder here. But boy, they're trying to pile drive it right now. KUST. More buyers than sellers here on this 1 hour candlestick, but more sellers than buyers in this hour now that we're in right now. All right. Let's look at Jayhawk called TC out this morning early. This is it. TC. Jayhawk called it out early this morning. Price has now gone from 4 a.m. and 221 a share to right now 496, 497. This stock closed at $1.85, folks. TC closed $1.85 at how much? 185. And it just got a bid of 496, ask $5. Well, first of all, this thing's already hit 840 in the pre-market. 840 at 6 a.m. 840. 840. It actually hit 844, folks. And that 200-day average has been riding right up above this for quite some time. And then this morning, the stock hits 844 and drops to 483. Now it's down to 464. All right. 4.70. I'll put 466. Yep, 466. At what time? 8:45 a.m. TC. The company's called Token Cat. Token Cat shares halted on circuit breaker to the downside. Stock down now 80.9%. Well, not anymore. It was down 65%. Yesterday it was down 65%. And I be careful, folks, because I don't see any news on this at all. I can't find any news. I see halted on a circuit breaker to the downside, now down 80%. That was yesterday. But be very careful on this stock, ladies and gentlemen, because I see no news. And but I do see the low was just at 466. Now the bid is 473. But I don't see any news. I don't know what's going on. No news that I can find. All right. Now we're going to look at the next DXF. DXF. This stock has only 3.23 million shares outstanding. DXF. And the high was at 163 this morning at 4 a.m. Be very cautious. It does have a triple upside crossover on the longer 20-day chart here. So that's important that it has a triple crossover on the 20-day, but they're beating it down right now. Now let's go look at GSUN. GSUN called out by Jayhawk. By the way, this is the chart on DXF right now. It might be a place to nibble on it. DXF. There's the 1 day on it right now. DXF. Right there. There's buyers coming in, folks. DXF. And yep, there it's starting to rise, ladies and gentlemen, up over DXF. And it was just down to 83 cents. And the high at 4 this morning was 163 a share. And I'm talking about the stock DXF. And I'm going to put down that I would think it was a good buy there when it was at 87 and 88 cents. Buy 0.87.88. And that was at 8:48 a.m. And I'm not talking about diving in on it. I'm talking about nibbling, where you just pick up a few shares, maybe 20 shares or something. Not diving in, folks. We don't do that here. That's not how we work. But they've had it over $1 this morning. Now it's at 88 cents. That's a pretty good place to make an entry. 87, 88. That's just my call to make a start entry. Don't go heavy. DXF. All right, next GSUN. And again, I don't see any news on that. GSUN. Golden Sun Technology. And that looks a very similar to a stock we traded yesterday, which I sold, as I always do. And that stock that we traded yesterday was uh, actually picked up the day before. I'm trying to remember what stock that was. SVRE. SVRE. Yeah, this chart looks just like SVRE did yesterday, folks. Let me show you SVRE. Okay. And let me show you the 5 days so you can see what they did to this stock, SVRE. Yeah. Doesn't that look identical? SVRE. SVRE. There's the chart, SVRE. And now we go back to GSUN. Man, look at that. It looks pretty much identical. And look at that thing pop. GSUN. Trying to achieve a triple upside crossover, but sure enough, they pinched that down right to the 200 to stop that 50-day from coming over that 200. Don't let that thing triple crossover on you. Like they're going to hammer it down. This is it right there. GSUN closed at 33 cents. The bid is 47 now. 47.06, 47.07. GSUN. All right. I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. 200-day average is green. The 50 is crossing it now. The 50 is crossing the 200. The interesting thing is, I don't see any volume on this stock. Take a look at the volume 3 days ago on this stock. Then take a look at the volume the next day. Then take a look at the volume the next day. There's really nothing. Then take a volume look the next day. And then come over here and look at the volume today. Look at all that volume right now. GSUN. Let's go find out why. GSUN. No news. No news at all, folks. No news at all. GSUN. I don't see a single thing in here. Not even on the 29th, I did. 12 consumer discretionary stocks moving in Monday's action. Well, yep, here it says shares declined 15% to 33 cents. The company's market cap stands at 3.4 million. Well, GSUN. Currently the bid is 4860, the ask is 4883. The bid just rose to 4885, the ask is 49. The bid is 4890, the ask is 4912. So this thing is definitely rising, folks. GSUN is on the rise. There's no doubt about it. And we are right now 35 minutes away from the market opening. GSUN, I'm going to be watching this one. GSUN. GSUN. Now, again, I'm not seeing any news over here on this stock at all. GSUN, guys. I don't see any news on it. Now, let me get caught up on everybody who's shouting out stocks right now. So I'm coming over here right now, and I want to make sure I don't miss out anything. The last call out was KUST. Gonna scroll on down. John Connor, good morning. I'm in with you on EDBL. Yep. Nisi J, me too. Yes, it does feel good. I'm in TPET at 0.30 after months. This can easy go to 6, 8. Any oil pop months ago, I traded it from 82 to 120. John Connor, all right, good. Thank you. We'll look at it. TPET. SRFM should go again. Held 116 all night, says John Good. I seen this guy on YouTube the other day with a hive mind for the Army, a helmet and glasses that work together that make you be able to see through objects, and it relays the information to the other soldiers. Cool. All right. Holy cow, there's a lot up ahead of me. Man, I got a lot of chat up here. We investors, great day. Yes, indeed. Yes, I was talking a little bit about our swarm mentality of all of the people here on the channel that we have that are working together like a bunch of busy bees. And all of these individuals that are here have given over the information about what they're using for trading tools. And they're using Webull screeners and stock rocks and AI in the testing phase and tip ranks and iris scanner, and we get to all benefit from everybody using this gear that is some of it's very expensive. And so we've got people using scanners and screeners and discord groups and scouring x and all types of different things that they're using. Stock Titan, Chat GPT, everybody using a mixture of stuff to find these hot stocks. And then we got to just really diagnose, what they're doing, looking at them on the charts and what they have in available shares outstanding, and check out and see if they often do reverse splits or not. There's all kinds of things involved, but thank you everyone who's offered up the information on what tools you're using, so I can get you in here on this list and everybody can see this every day. So we got a lot of people here working together as a team. We're not just an individual, we're a swarm mentality, swarm intelligence it's called. And Jayhawk mentioned that I saw a guy on YouTube the other day that supposedly came out with a hive mind for the Army, a helmet and glasses that work together that make you be able to see through objects, and it relays the information to other soldiers. Very cool. Jayhawk marking the enemy in ice. I'm an ABCL bought this morning, okay? Yep. ABCL has been moving, John Connor, okay? And I appreciate you guys telling me about these stocks because, as you know, I like to catch these. Okay? Elab moving on news. Dave Sanders, thank you. News. All right. News. Let's go find out what it is. KUST up on news. Got it. Thank you for letting me know. Dave Sanders. You're not the only one. Jay Watson called that out too. Yep. Uh, still have 100 shares of it right now, Dave. I've got 120 shares myself. Awesome. Jayhawk got best. I'm telling you, she stopped there with the 28 and just sit easy double. Okay. Just riding the 20 up right now. Okay. MACD crossed over. ALZN, Rudiggity. Thank you. Appreciate it. SRFM, John says, is bumping up. Okay. Got it. Still got 470 of those, John. What do you think about CELZ? All right. Jesse Escobedo. All right. We'll take a look at it. ABCL trying to go green. SCLX. Okay. Ultra Surfer. Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo. I got it written out. Unless you've been approved, but crack of dawn. All right, Jayhawk. Good morning, Jeffy Guru. Good morning. Make it make sense. Goodness gracious, tickle my belly button circle. Counterclockers and call me Theodore and a strong English accent, high pitch. Make it make sense. I'm trying to. I'm trying to. That's what's up. Good morning, y'all. Get the money. Get that money, y'all. Yeah. Make it make sense. Said hi. Yes. Jayhawk, 56 million. Paradeeproth to zero. DXF 5.24 million shares outstanding. DXF, I'm showing thank you. 5.42 million shares out. Thank you, DXF. Yep. 89,000 short, 1.59 million short last month. So they've been vacating that. Got it. JEM might be the one. Yep. Jayhawk told me that might be a good day trader today. Yep. Oh, that is you. DXF 89,000, 1.5 million. JEM just got slammed last ascent at 1050. JEM. Okay. It's definitely had some nice swings this morning. It's riding on top of the VWAP. Bonnet, if I wasn't as nervous as I was about it, I'd probably have made a bunch of money on it. Stupid talk to text. Forgot the first word that was in the sentence. EDBL just made a little juke up. Thank you. LHAI. Got it. Lori. LHAI. Thank you very much, Lori 245. And Lori, welcome to the tank. I don't really remember having seen your name before, but welcome to the tank where we all work together. Uh, Port Bear. IHAI. So if you're joining me late here, and I'm almost at the bottom here, Port Bear's calling out YHC as well. Okay. And LHAI has news that Lori called out. Yep, TC was called out this morning by Jayhawk. I couldn't find any news on it at all. It closed at 185 a share, shot up to 840 a share this morning at 6 a.m., and then dropped to $4.66 at 8:45 a.m. And the stock is held 45% of the shares outstanding is held by institutions, and 11% of the shares outstanding are held by insiders. And if you give me a second here, here we go. There we go. I'm sorry, folks. Over here, statistics. Shares outstanding, 26 million. 26 million shares outstanding. Held by insiders, held by institutions. So it must have been DXF that has the high institutional and high insiders. Let me look at DXF here. Yeah, here it is. DXF has 45% held by institutions, 11% held by insiders, and they only have 3.23 million shares outstanding. But TC has 26 million shares outstanding, none held by insiders and none held by institutions. Virtually none. 0.09 held by institutions. And their profit margin is 38.35%. They're operating on only $976,000 cash. But boy, howdy, watch out, because this is when they could do a public share offering. Because, ladies and gentlemen, they'd have to only sell 1/5 of what they would have had to sell yesterday to get the same amount of money, and really about half. So they could, for half as many shares offered up now, they could make the same amount of money as yesterday if they would have done a public share offering yesterday. So be careful about that, because this company could do a public share offering up right now. We know they don't have a lot of cash. And their operating margin is negative 582%. Return on assets is negative 19%. Their revenue, 5.92 million. Revenue per share, 49.93. Gross profit, $168,000. Total cash, 976,000. Token Cat Limited, through its subsidiaries, operates as an omni-channel automotive marketplace in the People of Republic of China. It also offers electronic equipment, trading and technical support, and consulting services. The company was formerly known as Tuan Che Limited and changed its name to Token Cat Limited in February 2025. This company was founded in 2010 and is headquartered in Beijing, China. Full-time full-time employees, 23. 23 full-time employees. And you guys know me, I would sell 508, 509, 511. I would have just sold right there. Those are cell numbers. These are all cell numbers for me. 513 all the way up through 520 now, all cell numbers, 513 through 520. So right then I would have just sold 514, 515. The buyback's going to be 488. And by the way, I don't see any breaking news here on Yahoo about this company. No news at all about them. Now, if you're joining me late here, ladies and gentlemen, these are the stocks that we've had called out this morning. These are all the stocks that have been called out this morning. And we're going to take a look at them right now. So we're going to be looking at the 1-day and 20-day on each of these. And if we see something interesting, we'll look further into it. So the first one we're looking at here is TC, Token Cat. As you can see, in the morning, it already capped out at $8.40. That was at 6 a.m. 6 a.m. It actually hit that price twice. Once at 5:44 in the morning and then 6 a.m. All right. And so I already realized the high was $8.40 twice this morning. $8.40. Be aware of that. And this is what it looks like on the chart right now. And it might be a good place to dibble dabble on it just a little bit. Just a little niblation at $5.13. So this TC, it might be a good one to day trade today for sure. Because man, they've already been working it. They've already worked it down. They worked it down. They got a nut sack right there. And then there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that double nut and boom. I'm just saying, this is again, TC is the stock. It's going to see a lot of volume on it today, folks. It's going to be very, very movie, hopefully. We'll see. We'll see if there's any money to be made on it. All right. And let's look at now at DXF. There's the 1-day on it. It is dropping. Let's look at the 20-day. Oh, that changes perspective on it. Wow. DXF, folks. And they're coming at it right now, folks. Bashing the 5-day down onto the 10, bringing it below the 10-day even to get some shares. Very less, using less and less and less shares to bring it down now. They started the collapse from here at 163. This is DXF, 163 high at 4 a.m. There are only 3.23 million shares of this stock outstanding. And I was saying earlier, I thought it would be a good buy here at 86, 87, 88. So that's the stock, DXF. Next, GSUN. GSUN hit $1.97. Wow. GSUN. Now that's the 20-day chart. The 180-day chart looks like nothing but Dropville here. So be careful, folks. GSUN. And it needs to get over this line right here. This has been a very common resistance point right here. And I'm going to show you here. Number one, ladies and gentlemen, the low that they just hit is virtually identical to this low right over here. All right. This was months ago. Months ago. So this low that they just came down to and hit with the 5-day there, that's a very common low for them right there. And from that amount, it didn't go much further below it, but boy, did it go over it. From here, another one. Look how much it went up. From here, another one. How much it go up? Here they are again. Same dang line. Same line as before. All right. I'm just showing you decide what to do with this information, folks. And this is it right here on the 180-day chart. And you can see the bottom of this candlestick does have a wick on it, which we'd like to see get longer. So we need to see this come on up here. This is GSUN, closed at 33 cents. The bid is 4498 and the ask is 4499. And both of those are red numbers, so they're pulling it down right now. GSUN. Here it is on the 1-day chart. GSUN, and they are working it down right now. And as for news, no news on this one either. Next, EHGO, called out by Jayhawk as well. Wall Street set to open lower in Wednesday trading. Key employment data falls short of forecasts. Oh, God. Last time they had employment, the numbers were higher than they thought, and the market fell because of that. Now they're lower, and they're going to fall because of that, I guess. Anyway, there's GSUN right now. I don't like the look of it immediately. And we're going to look now at EHGO. But on GSUN, let's look at the 20-day chart. GSUN, there it is on the 20-day chart right there. A lot of selling against it over the last few hours, though. GSUN. A lot of selling. Way more selling than buying in the last. Each one of these is a 1-hour candlestick. So they've been doing some heavy selling against that. Heavy selling to drive that price down, 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 down to here. GSUN closed at 33 cents. Now the bid is 46. GSUN. Okay, next. That was called out by Jayhawk. Next, EHGO. Aha, EHGO. Boy, they sure enough have flushed that thing out, didn't they? EHGO. Man, flushed it completely out in the after hours, right at the closing and in the after hours. And then there she goes, EHGO. And somebody, Jayhawk, called this one out. Keep in mind, if it breaks over this line right here, which is breaking now, it could easily go back up to here. And that price would be at 266, folks. 266 is where it might climb to if it breaks over this. It could easily go right back up to that number or this one here, which is 266, folks. 266. That's where she could go from right here to 266. EHGO. Both the bid and the ask are rising right now. The bid is 235, the ask is 236. And just now they changed that, and the bid is 233 and the ask is 234. So they just dropped both those numbers by 2 cents. So they're coming at it, EHGO. You can see they're selling against this right here. They're selling a lot more than buying right there. More sellers than buyers right there right now. Folks, in 7 minutes, well, 6 minutes and a half minutes, 6.5 minutes, we're going to be ringing the starting bell. These are all the stocks that have been called out this morning by all of our viewers. And I'm trying to look at every one of them right now. EHGO looks good there, folks. 236 bid, 237 ask. Now we're going to look at JEM. Jayhawk said this could be a good day trader today. JEM. JEM. Already hit 1295 last night. JEM 1295. What was the news? JEM. Okay, hold on here. What is this company? JEM. Up 267% yesterday and then up 126 today. Wow. By the way, you should have just sold this at $9, 901, 902. Right there's a sell. Oh, yeah. And look at him drop it back. Look at him drop it back. 901, 902. And then your buyback can be as low as 893 or 888. But you want to sell $9, 901, 902. You want to sell that. You also want to sell 906, 7, and 8 if you can do that. And here comes the drop, just like I said, down to 892 or 3 minimum. It can go to 888 as well. There's the 892 right there. That's the minimum from 902 cells. 892. JEM. And now your next sell order should be at 906, 7, and 8. Your buy's going to come in and maybe at 888, but 906, 7, and 8 is your next sell orders. And this will be fun. You guys can just watch exactly how I would day trade this stock. And I am going to day trade this. JEM. It's a good one. I like it. So there's your 887 buy. 887, 888 off of the 902 sell. And now we're going up to sell it at 906, 907, and 908. Here we go. JEM is the stock. And you're going to sell it 906, 907, 908. And really, you'd be wise to sell it again at the 899. Just sell it 899, 901, 902. Sell it again there. Then buy it back at 888 again. Because they're not going to let it just bulldoze over $9, folks. It's not going to happen. They're going to hold it up there several times and drop it to 888 again. So here we come right now, 897, 98, 99 sells. Yep. And remember, people waking up on the West Coast, they're just now finding out their stock is up another 123%. They're probably selling it. Here you go. 888 again, buy coming in right now. Oh, yeah. You'll get it. There's your sell. There's your sell. There's your sell. Yep. And you should be selling there 902, 903. Those should be sells. And 906, 7, and 8. There's your buybacks at 890 again, 888. Yep. They're just going to keep working this trench. There's your 888 again. See that? Then now you're going to sell again at 899, $899, 901, 902. Put your sell orders again there. Here it comes. It's going to gap up real quick, folks. Here it goes. They've already created the gap. Now it just goes right back up to the 899. And you're going to sell 899, $9, 901, 902. Again, sell them. And look, now you can even get buybacks at 877. Nice. It may even go to 866 here easily. Yep. Easily go to 866. Easily go even lower, 855. There's the 866 there. There you go. Now your buy 866, your sell is 888 now. They're going to trench it down. They're going to keep working it down. 888 is your sell. 866 is your buy. 888 is your sell now. 888 is your sell. You should just sell 887 and 888 right here. It's getting there. Also put in 892. Sell. Back to 866. Yep. Now 880, 883 maybe is all we're going to see. 883 for the high. 882, 883. I believe they're just going to keep marching this thing down now the rest of the day. And if you're smart, you'll day trade it. JEM. The next buy number is going to be 850, folks. Okay, here we go. All right. Wow. And I'm going to be on JEM trade. I also want to look here at hold on. No. Continue session. Uh a stock that I'm up on this morning is SVRE. I'm sorry, I'm not. It's KUST. That's the one I want to go to. KUST. And I'm up $95. I'm up 119. Whoa, look at that. It says profit on that. Yep, 119, 137. I've got 1,900 shares, so I'm going to sell here. I just sold it at 114, and I'm up 120. And I want out of this stock. Okay, and I just put my sell orders in at 114, 115, 117, 118, 119, and 120. 2468. That'll give me 1,000. Yep, and that'll get me out of it. There we go. I just sold at 114, and I'm selling KUST, and I just sold here. Yep, I just sold 119 KUST. Oh, a nice profit on this one today, folks. KUST. And now I have 100 shares remaining. And I'm going to sell them at 124. KUST. A lot of buyers coming in on it at 123 right here. So I'm aiming for 124, and I have only 100 shares remaining. And I made $172 on this position right here today. And that is KUST. Yep. And hopefully we'll get out the last 100 here at 124 right now. I see a lot of 123 fives. There we go. I just sold it. I think I'm out. And I made $174 on that, KUST. And now I want to look at JEM. JEM. The low was 776. Well, I want to get some here. JEM. And the high has been already 909. So we'll try for some 813, 820, JEM. And this could be a very good day trader today, folks. This stock is up 109%. It's already hit 909. I'm looking to try to pick it up right here at 819. And I never underestimate the ability of market makers to get numbers they want. And right now, I'm going to come in with my first order at 824. I should have just got that. There we go. Yep. All right. And I just got it at 808. Nice. Well, you know that's a number they're going to aim for, 808, folks. From 909 down to 808. Nice. And I just got an 810. And I'm buying JEM. JEM. Oh, yeah. I've got 80 shares of it right now as they try to build around my position, 814. And I'm trying for 807 again. This is JEM. And they're a penny below me now. I don't know why my orders don't keep filling there. And I just got an 806. There we go. And I just got 794. 794. And I'm now up $13.40 on this position. And now I'm down $17, so they're working it around me right now. The stock is still up 102%, ladies and gentlemen. The stock is up 102%. Remember, there are people that are going to be waking up at 6:30 in the morning and see that their stock is up 100%, and they're going to be tending a tendency to sell it, folks. I believe they're going to come back down here into the 790s again. I just got 794 again, 794. Yep. I'm trying to buy 789, 790. There we go. Good, 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 good. That was good. I just dropped my dollar cost average to $8. And at the low today, they were able to acquire 59,000. And as you can see right now on this stock, I am currently up $5.24. And my dollar cost average is at $8. There is a lot of shares. There are a lot of shares that have already been bought much higher up here, and people paid the asking price at these numbers. There's no dark areas on these candlesticks. They're all light. As a matter of fact, everything I'm seeing sold down here that just sold, none of it's on darkness. There's all light. They bought on the ask. All those shares were bought on the ask. There we go. Good, good, good. They let me buy a 782 there. And the stock I'm trading is JEM. 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 Got to give it to them. They've had a fair amount of shares here. Yep. And I just got 783 again. The reason I'm buying these numbers, ladies and gentlemen, is because I happen to know 782 and 83 are numbers they like to get. If you look at my buy sell sheet, you'll see right here, buy back, it says, and you can see the number it says 82, 83, 84. Those are buyback numbers. And now you can see I'm up. Well, they're just running this thing all around, folks, all around me, as you can see. All right. I just picked up a 781. And I've lowered my dollar cost average now to 796. And that is very good. And now they're going to go up over me. And here we go. That was nice. Them letting me get my dollar cost average down below $8 was very nice of them to do that. And you can see now the manipulation continues, and now she's running. I guess they finally run out of 788s and 789s. And now she's running, and I'm up $75 on this position. And I'm going to start selling here 60 shares at a time. 806, 807, 808. That's where I'm going to be selling right now. I just sold 808. Now I'm going to sell 811. Just sold 806. I'm sharing 60 shares at a time, and I'm up $78 on it. Now I'm going to sell 813, 819, and 820. And right now I'm up $52 on this position. And that is JEM, called out by Jayhawk this morning. He said it could be a good day trader, and I agree. I agree with his sentiment. And my dollar cost average is 792 on this stock. And I'm about to start selling up here at 808, 811, 813. I'm going to sell at 815, 817, 818. Here comes my buybacks right now. Waiting just below my dollar cost average. They should definitely come on down here now. There we go. Nice. And I just filled at 775, 775, 775. Now I'm trying to buy some 772s. Man, this thing is all over the place. I'm trying to get some 772s here. And awesomely, my dollar cost average has now dropped down to 788. Now I'm going to sell $8, 799, 798, 797, 796, 795. This stock is still up 95%, and by the end of the day, they could have it red, believe it or not. That's right. Doing exactly what I'm doing right here. They could just keep working it down over and over. Up 20 cents, down 20 cents, up 10, down 30 cents, up 20, down 40 cents. Oh, yeah, all day long, folks. You watch them. You watch how they do it, folks. And I just sold 815. I just sold 815, and I'm up 246. Oh, and now I'm shorting the position. By mistake, I'm shorting it. I'm 180 shares short now. Let's buy back here at 813. 816. There we go. Come on. I'm 180 shares short. There we go. I just bought back at 816. Now I'm only 120 shares short. And I'm up $271 on this position right now. That's a nice quick pop there, Jayhawk. Thank you. And I just sold my short position at 811. We're going to try and sell it now at $8. We got 60 shares left that I'm shorting. I'm trying to sell $8. Oh yeah, there we go. I should be out of that now. It just hit 797. 792. Nice. 782. Nice. Up 290 now. I just sold at 785. All right. Or actually, I bought there. I had to buy. Now I'm going to try to buy 781, 782, 783. The stock I'm trying to buy is JEM. JEM. Going to try to buy 788 now. And let's try and get the minimum 793. And there she's rising on up now. But we should be able to get 793, 788 still. Even lower. The stock is now up 101%. It's up 101%. And I guess the lowest I'm going to get now is 797. So I'm going to go in for 797 and 798 and 799. We should easily be able to get that from 813, folks. 799 should be easy. So here they come back down to 8 now. Should be easy to buy here. Come on down here. Come on down. Come on down. All right, jumping up to 824 now. And I've got a sell order in at 829. I got to get rid of that. All right. Right now, 808's the least you're going to get, folks. It looks like 808. And they're still dumping those 808s. There's a few dumpers there that have a few shares at 808, but not many, folks. Here we come. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. And I should be filling right now. There we go. I got an 808, 808. Now they're bringing it down. Come on. I just got 20 at 805. I just got 799. And now we're looking at these lows, 782s and 3s here. I got 793 there. And we're back up over 798 now. And I'm sitting on 280 shares of this stock. And the stock I'm trading is JEM. JEM. There we go. And they're doing just what I thought what they would. Pulling it back down from the 808, 811 down here to 793, 788. And now we're going to sell here at 820. There we go. We're going to sell 822, 825, 829, 830. And now I'm up 312 on this position right here today. And there's your gain right on up. Should get right on back up here pretty quickly to 820. Yep. It should get back up there. Yep. I just sold 826. Yep. I just sold eight. Oh, I just sold 830. Now I want to sell 843 and 844. And I want to sell 836, 837, 838. Yes. Up 374 on this position now. Now up 386. Just sold 846. Wow. Just sold 865. Oh my gosh. Just sold 872. Nice. Made 402 right now so far on this stock. JEM, great call out, Jayhawk. JEM. Mike Schultz, TC, was called out this morning by Jayhawk, and I could find no news on that company at all. I could find no news on TC. And well, wow, I just sold 872. Now I'm going to buy back at 838. This is the stock JEM. I'm going to try to buy 833 and 830 as well. There we go. Very nice. And I picked up those 831 right then, 833. Good, good. 830. Now we're going to come down to 820 and 813, 814. There we go. Come on down here. And I got some big buys down here at 797, 98, 99, $8. But right now, there we go. Very nice. Some good orders there at 814. Yep, 814. Very nice. We'll try and pick up some 812, 813. See if we can get some 808 again. 809. Now they're sitting 2 cents below me. Yep. 4 cents below me. Now I'm going to sell 830, 833, 836, 837, 838. I'm going to sell 842, 843, 844. Again, they're sitting 2 cents below me. Now we're rising, another leg up. JEM, ladies and gentlemen. And currently I'm up $409 on this position. And I just reestablished my new dollar cost average is 825 after having just sold everything at the highs in the 880s. Now I'm buying back down here with a DCA. It's starting at 825. And as you can see, the market makers are now sitting 2 cents below me. They like that number where I am, and they're going to try to buy there. And below me, they're going to try to buy below me, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm lowering my DCA as well. There we go. Well, that was the end of that. They ran out of those shares. They plumb runned out, folks. They runned out. Yep. Nice. I got a few 815s as predicted. And now I've got 500 shares. And we're going to start selling up here above me. And I'm selling these all above me here. And I'm trying to buy as low as 794 right now. I've even got orders at 782, 83, 84. But right now, they seem content with holding it right below me here, right underneath my DCA. And they're showing, yep, I just filled at 813. And now we're at 818, 817, 810. So they're going to go for 808 again, it looks like. But there she goes, right back on up now. And it's time to start selling these shares right up here. Here we go. I'm going out now. And I'm going to be selling these over my DCA. And I've been witnessing this for a long time, how these traders will stay right on my DCA, and they'll fill a bunch of shares right below me. Then they'll take it up just barely over me, and they'll sell a bunch of shares like they're going to do right now. Here we go. There we go. And now you can see I'm up 462 on this position. I just sold 826. Just sold 826. And I see the bid is 818. The ask is 825. So I'm going to take out my buy, sell at 826 and 827 and 828. I'm going to take those out now because all they're trying to do is just hold the price right under me. So I'll just take those out, and then they'll come underneath me at 829, and they'll try to take it just under me at 829. And try to pick up some more here at 808, but they just shot up above me again. All right, here we go. All right, now we're going to start selling here. And we should see these orders fill very quickly here. And as you can see, I'm now up 577 on this position. All right. Look at that, 857, folks. Now we're going to get out 860. Nice. Very nice. Wow. Jayhawk, you were right, man. KUST making a nice move up. Thank you. OPEN. Yep. Let's take a look at TC. Yeah, right now, not me, baby. Heavy selling against that. Heavy selling against TC right there. It's up 158%, but there's some heavy selling against that. Away from TC for right now. And let's look at DXF. And I just sold JEM at 863 and 875. And this is DXF right now. DXF. D as in David, XF. DXF. A lot of selling against that right there to try to smash it right out of the gate. But DXF, this stock is up, ladies and gentlemen, 159%. Next, I want to look at GSUN. and that's still being suppressed. Nothing really happening with it. GSUN called out by Jayhawk this morning. EHGO. Let's go to the 1 day chart on it. But it is GSUN is making a move right now, folks. GSUN. GSUN. It's up 42%. And there's some buyers coming in on that thing right now. GSUN, folks. I see no new news. No news on GSUN. No news. But that looks interesting right there. GSUN. Wow, that thing's going off. Big buys coming in on it. GSUN. Yes, and it's still climbing. GSUN. Just be careful, folks. Wait in. Wait in. GSUN. Okay. Now we're going to look at EHGO. Ah, that looks like it's bottomed out. Yeah, looks like it's heavily bottomed out. And basically at the same number that they were just at this morning in the pre-market, but not quite. And I just bought JEM at 806. Don't really like EHGO. Now let's look at JEM. And I just bought at 791 and 769 JEM. I just bought a 769, folks, on JEM. Caramba, look at that thing crash right there after we just sold it up here at 882, 883, where we just sold it. Holy smokes, look at that. 755. Did they halt it? I think it was halted. Halted and still up 90%. It drops 40 cents and they halt it. All right. Yep, halted. Catfish, we got SoFi on a run. All right. Ooh, nice. Good deal. Oh, nice. All right, I see it. Double peak there. Went to the second higher 5 day. That's nice. First 5 day stop there. Second one stops here. Look at that 200 rising, 50 rising. Very nice. All right. Got it, wireless pickle. JEM. And by the way, in the pre-market, see, the price was much lower than where it is now. And I'm going to mark out these lows. So the lowest price was there in the pre-market. The lowest 5 day drop on this stock was right there. So that would be a good place to put in an order now. right about there. And that price is at 727, folks. The next one is here. The next one is here where they could drop it down to. And that price is 738. Believe me, 738, 737. Then the next is this one here. And that's where they are right now. That's where they are right now, that price line. And that line was achieved over here in the pre-market right there. You can see it. This is on JEM. That line right there was achieved this morning in the pre-market where they nut sacked it. Then they gave it a head fake and then the next nut sack, and then it took off. JEM, ladies and gentlemen. So this number where they've just halted it at 755, that number has been a substantiated low right there this morning in the pre-market. It dropped down to there and it bounced right off of it and went right up. So let's go see what happens now off this halt. And the bid is 657, and the ask is 755. The bid is 657, and the ask is 755. Folks, that is a bid 98 cents below the current price. So I want to come in on this at 658. Yep. I want to come in on this at 658. Trade 658. And I also want to try to buy with my real account here. Oh, okay. I see what's happening here. It's unhalted now. 735 bid, 736. And I'm going to try to buy this right now. JEM with my real account. JEM, enter. And we'll see if they let me buy it or not. And I'm going to try it today. Market and the stock is up 81.93. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the percentage gain. The lowest I just saw was 81.93. 81.93. And the price is now at 703. And I just bought at 683 because I like to buy that number. And I'm going to buy it again here at 666 if I can. And I just got a 682 buy. And that's very good. and a 691, and there she goes. I got 682, then 691, and 687, and 688. Beautiful. Bought it again at 688. Now I got it at 678. And this stock is still up 70%, folks. And I just bought it at 680. And I just got it at 685. And 685 again. Now, the interesting thing is, I don't see any real selling happening over here. I don't see any massive panic selling. I don't see that happening here by any means. I just see very low share amounts being sold here. And I just filled at 669 and 662. And that is the end of the 660s, folks. And now we're filling at 672. And we're trying to buy it. Yep. And I just got it again at 672 and 666. I just bought it at 666. Try it again. And to me, this is just the drop before the pop. And any shares I can buy around 666, I'm going to. And I just picked it up at 663. And now I'm trying to get 644. And why? Well, the stock is still up 60%. They must have done a public share offering. What did they do? Blue, this is why I don't hang out here. No conversation. Good luck. Okay. Catfish, I can't see shit on your screen. Sorry about that. So 636, huh? And now they're going to trigger a 636. Yep, halted at 636 now. Wow, Jayhawk. Yep. Jayhawk, what did they do? Did they do a public share offering? I don't see any news on them. I see they're still up 60%, but they must have pulled some sort of stunt to fall that rapidly. Why? Why such a big drop? And why to this line right here? Let's take a look and go at the 20-day. Well, that line means nothing to them in the past 20 days. This line where they just went to means nothing over the last 20 days, as I can see here clearly. And in fact, all it is an effort, it looks like to me, is to buy some shares on the 45-day average. That's all it is. Just a good market manipulation move to be able to buy some shares on the 50-day average. By the way, the 5-day has never stopped here before. It never stopped at this number before, ever. Just so you're aware of that. This 5-day chart line has never stopped when it was rising. It never thought about stopping at this number where it is right now. It never did. As a matter of fact, you can see right there, they tried to pinch it down when it was at this number where they are right now. You can see because right there is where the 200 stopped its aggressive upward move and started slanting. So it was at that number, which is the same number that they just got the 5-day to right now. So there's your comparison. Your 5-day was right there when they started selling it down, when the 5-day was right there, right there. And that's where they took it back to just now. This number here, where they just halted it, means nothing to the past. It's never stopped in this region, never stopped here before at that price. And the bid is now 555 and the ask is 636. So now the bid is 80 cents below. It was 98 cents below on the last halt, and the bid was 98 cents below. And now the bid is 80 cents below, 81 to be exact. The bid is 81%, 81 cents below the ask right now. JEM. So here's the deal with this company. JEM is called Cayman Holdings Limited, and the shares of the Hong Kong based apparel and supply chain company surged 154% to $10.10 an after hour trading on Tuesday after the company announced the appointment of Robin Hoskins Carlson as new executive director. The announcement was made before the market opened on Tuesday, and investors cheered as the stock jumped 267% in regular session to 397, according to Benzinga. 397. All right. And if you don't think I'm going to buy this thing now at 616 a share, you don't know Catfish very well. 616 I just bought. And they will not let me buy it with my real account. I got to get this changed, but yeah, they will not let me buy it with my real account here at this price. I can only buy it with my paper money account here. And I just picked it up at 612 and 597 now. And I just got a 579. Oh my God. The sky is falling, folks. The sky is falling. The stock is now up 39%. Now it's up 41%. And this is my paper money account. I haven't bought a single share with my real one. But yeah, I'll buy 533, I guess. Where's the bottom? JEM, Jayhawk said this could be a great day trader today. Well, he's right. They've halted it now at 533. And I see the bid is 532. The ask is 533. So that must be the rock bottom, because right now they've halted it and there is no gap between the bid and the ask. The bid is 532 and the ask is 533. So I really don't know why they would even halt it with that being the case, with the bid at 532, the ask 533. But that is certainly, at the very least, encouraging that there is not a bid now, because the ask is 533 and there's not a bid of $4.53, which is what they've been doing. Or yes. So right now, the charts are showing right here that the bid is 532 and the ask is 533. And therefore not even sure why they even halted it right there. Do they Are they giving them a chance now to load in all their buy orders? Bid is 532, ask is 533. And I was going to buy some of this if they would have let me buy some of it, but Charles Schwab isn't going to let me in on this at this price. But I do see the bid is 532 and the ask is 533 right now on the halt. All right, this halt here should be ending fairly soon. Let's see what happens. I'm ready. I'm ready, folks, for whatever happens. Now, I have a lot of cash to buy with here on this thing. A whole boatload of it. You just got to see what happens with it here. JEM is the stock I'm trading, yes. Right now, I haven't heard any noise, Gary. No tapping, but it might start at any time, because it was about this time yesterday that it started doing it. So we'll see. Nothing, no new noise. But it might start up any moment now that you're here. Hopefully, it will, because it was around this time yesterday that it did it. And but I didn't hear any more noise out of it last night at all. It seemed like it was just trying to do it during the recharge or something. And all right, so the stock we're looking at here is JEM, JEM, and I own none of it with my actual real account. I haven't bought any of it with my real account, and I'm trading it here on paper money, and I'm down hugely on it now. This is the stock JEM, and interestingly enough, right now, on every halt, there was about the first time there was a 98-cent gap between the bid and the ask on the first halt. Then there was an 80-cent gap, 81-cent gap between the bid and the ask on the second halt. And now on this third halt, there is no gap between the bid and the ask. The bid is 532 and the ask is 533. So it looks like the manipulators have finally reached the number where they just want to accumulate this. And that is at 532, 533. We'll see what happens. It's probably going to be unhalted any moment now. And I'm ready to buy it. I've got a lot of powder dry still. I have a lot of dry powder. I have a very large sum of dry powder right here. And I'm ready to buy on the bottom, baby. And my last order actually filled at 533, and then they halted it. So we'll see what happens right now. Should be unhalted any moment now. And the stock I'm talking about is JEM. And let's look at also real quick here, SRFM. Let's look at SRFM. Oh, a lot of buying at 112, 111, 110. Okay, I see it. A lot of accumulation at 112, 111, 110, 109, 108. All right. I'm up $15.97 on this stock on my paper money account, and about the same on my real account. Now we're on JEM again with a bid 532, ask 533. Here's the 1-day chart on it. There it is, JEM. And the last news I saw on this broke at 8:47 a.m. And that news that came out is that Cayman Holdings said its board has approved the exploration of an AI-powered blockchain-enabled platform to modernize its global apparel supply chain, while stressing that no capital expenditure has been approved at this stage. This announcement came after the stock surged 267% in the previous session. Shares jumped another nearly 124% on Wednesday. The proposed platform would integrate AI driven supply chain optimization, AI assisted design, blockchain traceability, and a pilot for crypto based B2B payments to improve transparency, efficiency, and ESG reporting. Management estimates the project could cost 10 million to 12 million over 3 years if implemented, although the figures are preliminary and subject to a feasibility review. Any deployment would require separate board approval and regulatory clearances. The apparel and supply chain industry is at the inflection point, CEO Louis Chong stated. Customers in Europe and North America are demanding greater transparency, faster replenishment cycles, and verifiable sustainability credentials, and we intend to meet that demand. 707 Cayman Holmans noted that the platform's crypto pilot remains subject to regulatory framework, including Hong Kong's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing ordinance and the European Union's markets in crypto assets regulation. Anyway, JEM has all of a sudden decided to collapse in price, and there has no value, even though they were hoarding it up at 791 a share and getting a massive nutsack at 791. Now all of a sudden they've decided to make it worthless and sell it at 533 a share and 532 bid. So I'm over here and I'm an opportunist. And although Charles Schwab will not let me buy it with my Charles Schwab Thinkorswim account, I do intend to buy this stock, no doubt about it. And the charts are right now, and the bid has just risen to 544. And I'm in on JEM. And as I said to you before, I have a lot of share money to buy here. And I just bought 535 a share. I saw a little bit ago the bid was at 532, so I'm going to come in now at 528. The low has been 501. And I just filled at 545. And now they're going to halt it rising quickly, too quickly. And I just filled 564 and 566. And just so you can see what's happening here, I just filled at 564. And right here's where we are, trying to buy now 555. And I got a 550 instead. That's good. I wonder who decided to drop it down into these 540 range. Well, I tell you what, somebody wanted to get it cheap. And I like to buy it the 4-4, 544. And I want you guys to see something here so you can watch and see how I do this. Look up here. My dollar cost average right now is $6.44. So I'm going to put down here JEM DCA $6.44. At what time? 10:37 a.m. All right. You see it. 644 is my dollar cost average. And now I'm going to buy at 551, 555. Now she's jumped up to 595, 599. She's over $6 now. Woo! Holy smokes. And she is at 603. And there is a lot of buying here, folks. My God, there's a lot of buying there at 603. And I believe they've now halted it going up. Jeffy, yeah, 550 to 603. You can buy it on the ASX and also RMLOD, LOC options through IBKR. Folks, I believe they've halted this stock rising back up to 603 now. I'm pretty sure they've halted it. And that is absolutely ridiculous. Okay. The price was up in the $8 range. The price was all the way up here. And look at all the buyers that bought at 811 through 820, 808 through 820. Look at all those shares bought at 850 and 855. Look at all those shares bought there. And so then they run it all the way down and then they halt it when it's at 633 rising. Ridiculous. And now the bid is 603 and the ask is 605. And they halted it at 633, folks. No, I'm sorry, 603. Why? Why would they halt it at 603? And the bid now is 603 and the ask is 605. Well, I tell you what, this thing's definitely being manipulated big time, folks. Look at that. Look how far they let the thing fall, 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 fall. And then it starts recovering and they halt it. They halt it. They halt it when it starts recovering and it goes from $5.07, Savannah, up to 604, and they have to halt it. Mind you, the price was already much, much higher than this. But now that it's going back up, it needs to be halted as it rises. Look at that drop right there, folks, and how fast that happened. From 10:03 in the morning till 10:33. In 30 minutes, they dropped that thing. 30 minutes. 30 minutes they took to drop it. Just 30 minutes. And hack it down from 8.35 a share to $5. $3.35 down. And then they halt it as it goes up $1. I see. And by the way, take note of all the shares that were sold, probably borrowed shares that were sold. And then look at the buyers start coming in and buying up these shares once they hit rock bottom, like I did. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what this thing does when it takes off. JEM. Bid now is 603, ask 605. Yeah. We saw what happened off the bid 532, ask 533. And now we see the bid 603, ask 605. I'm ready for it. JEM, ladies and gentlemen, this is the stock, JEM. And it cannot be traded on Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And I just bought at 591. So thank you for letting me get those shares right there. And I'm going to try to buy now 597, 598, 599. She has now jumped back up over $6. I'm going to try to stay right below it here, and I got it at 605. Going to try that again, 605. Got it at 601. Got it at 597. Got it at 594. Thank you. 594. I appreciate it. And I got it again there at 594. Thank you. My dollar cost average now is $6.39. And I'm trying to buy right now at 597. I got 601. We'll try and buy at 592, 593 here. And I did get a 593 there, and 588 is my target now, 588. And I have not seen diddly squat for shares in this price range compared to much higher, folks. All right, I'm just going to call it like I see it. I haven't seen diddly squat in this price range compared to what we saw way up here. And I mean, there was a lot of shares up here, folks, huge amounts of shares up here in the $8.20 range to $8. Huge shares bought there this morning, huge amounts. There's a lot of money in this there, folks. Now they're going to come down here and monkey around with it at 588 when all those people bought in the $8.20 range. And I'm here to try to pick up any more 597s they try to toss out, 598s, 593s. I'm going to get them all. I'm going to get all those. All the 593s will end up in my boat. And now she's up to 620, folks. There she goes, right on up. And I'm going to sell 400 at 613. Yep, there we go. There you go. Now I'm going to sell 400 at 620. And my dollar cost average has just dropped to $6.14. And now I'm going to sell 620 and I'm going to sell 625. And I just sold 625. And now I'm up $1,000 on this position today. I'm up $1,119. And I'm going to sell 637 now. Raising my buy orders up here to 607, 608, 609, 610, 611. And see, my dollar cost average has now dropped to 583 a share. And the time now is 10:48. In 11 minutes, folks, in 11 minutes, I've been able to drop my dollar cost average from 644 on this stock. That's JEM. In 11 minutes, I've been able to drop my DCA from 644 to 583 in just 11 minutes. Nice. All right, we're going to sell 607, 608. We're going to sell 611, 613. Pardon me. There we go. Just sold 606, just sold 611. Now looking to sell 613, 200 at 613. I'm going to sell 200 at 617 and 200 at 620. There we go. Just sold 614. There we go. Nice. Just selling right now. And the stock I'm trading here is JEM. JEM. All right. Gotcha, Adrian. Boy, this JEM has been all over the place today. And you can see my dollar cost average is down here now at $5.68. 568. Now, does that mean I want to buy some 588? Yeah. I want to buy 588. I want to buy 592 as well. There we go. Got a 592 just then. Yep, got a 592 again. And I'd really like to get this 588 right here. But nope, that was it. 592s and 593s. That was what they wanted. Now we're back over $6. Now we're up to 609. You should be selling here. I just sold 612. Let's sell 613 now. And I have 2,020 shares of this stock. I'm going to sell 613 right now, 614. Yep, now we're going to go out at 617 and 620. There we go. I'm out there. Now 629. Come out at 622, ladies and gentlemen, here. 100 at 622 is what you want to sell. Well, I don't know how many shares you got, but that's what I'm going to sell there. 622, 100. And the buyers, you can forget about 588 anymore. We're going to go to 597 minimum. 20 there at 597, 20 at 598, 20 at 599 and $6. Those are your buys now. Your sell should be at 613, 615, 617, 618, 619, and 620. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Just sold 613. Yep. Just sold 613. Sure was. That's right. Just sold 620. It just sold 626. And now I want to sell 629, 642, 644. You got to sell there. 647, 649, I now have 960 shares left. JEM now up $481 on this position today since I opened it. My dollar cost average is 584 a share. There we go. And right here, you want to sell 630, 631, 632, 633. Please sell those numbers. Yep. You should be selling 629, 30, 31, 32, and 33. All the numbers on my buy sell sheet. And now you're going to try to buy back at 608, 609. Try to buy 611. Try to buy 613, 614. And now here comes my sell orders. I'm going to sell right now. I just sold 631, 632. I'm selling 60 shares at a time here, 60 at a time. I just sold 631 and 633. Now your buyback should be about 613 to 619, maybe even 620. And the stock I'm trading is JEM, JEM. And I just sold 633, 634, now selling 643, 44. Yep, just sold 645, just sold 645, 642. Nice. I have 640 shares remaining of this stock. JEM. JEM. And I just sold 647. Now you also want to sell here 652, 53, 54, and do 60 at 55. Make sure you sell the 654 and 655, okay? Make sure you sell those. I'm going to sell 648, 49, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm going to sell them all. And the stock I'm trading is JEM. 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 Here comes the drop. I'm looking to try to buy at 608 through 620. My dollar cost average is $5.96 on this stock. So I absolutely am going to sell these, which I've been selling. Ah, there's your buybacks at 614 and 613. Crafty little manipulators. Right here before 11 o'clock, they let me get some 614 and 15s. That's sweet of them. I thought they forgot about my buy orders down here, but they came down and got them. I'm looking to get 608 as well if I can. 608, 609, 610, 611. There's a 613 buy. Yeah. 610. Nice. Come on down here to our favorite number, 608. Come on, Savannah. There it is, 608. Nice. That's it, 608. Just briefly, folks. They weren't there for long, but they did go for 608. Well, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. She's back on up now. Time to sell. 629, 630, 631, 32, and 33 again. And you can just do this over and over, which is what they're going to do. And you can do the same thing they're doing, and you can make good money doing it, folks. So watch this thing now, gap right back up here. Should be no problem to jump right back up into the 630s right now. Again, here it comes right now. And we're going to be selling here, folks. Again, at the 629, 630, 31, 32, 33. And we're going to sell them again there, okay? And right now they're trying to trade this in a 20-cent trench. So we're just going to raise these up here. There we go. 617. That should be easily obtainable here. And but she's rising right on back up, and I did get a 617, so thank you. And I appreciate that very much. And I just was able to pick up a 615 there. Nice. Now I'm raising my dollar cost average, and I just raised it up from $5.98 to $6 just buying that little pullback right there. But now she's going to go right on up. The legs are still in this, and it's rising, folks. And the stock is JEM. Here it is on the chart. JEM. JEM. There it is on the chart right now. And I'm seeing a lot of selling against it. A lot of selling against it. More buyers than sellers here. A lot of simple selling, little selling against it. Very tiny amounts selling here. So there's certainly not much but behind these 608 sells here. There's not a lot of energy behind it. And you can see over here, there's a lot of happy buyers buying at 608. Many, many happy buyers at 610, 607, 608, 607 coming in and buying 606. A lot of buyers here. And certainly not a lot of sellers. Just a lot of buyers here. Yep. And there she goes, right on back up. Now you be wise to be trading with me in this trench that they're trading in now. Because they got this thing in a trench for sure. They're trading in a trench. And that is exactly what I'm going to do myself. There we go, right on up. But look how hard they keep trying to get some 608s right here. And now she's rising, folks. There she goes, right on up. One more dump at 608. Now they're dumping 607s even. Trying to dump a few 607s there. But they're dumping the 608s right there primarily. A couple of 607s. Now the buyers come in 6.9 and 6.10. They still try to dump a 608.5, 400 shares there. Oh, she's gone. 614 now. Lots coming in at 612 and 614. Buyers coming in paying pull pop 614. And this is where I'm selling, by the way. I just sold 615. And I'm going to trade in the trench just like they are. Notice they really don't have any desire to run it down here around 607.8 again. Now I just sold 618 and 619. Just sold 620. Now I'm going to sell 623, 624, 625. The stock I'm trading is JEM. Here it is on the chart. JEM. We'll take a wider view of it. JEM. There it is. JEM, ladies and gentlemen. Looking over here now, a nice nut sack that formed at 10:35 in the morning, 10:34 and 10:35. And then look at that thing now. Absolutely consolidating, capitulating, and converged underneath a 50 and 200-day average. Folks, these 50-day average up above and the 200 up above, they're heavyweight. They carry a lot of gravity pull. They're going to pull this right up to them. All right. The 50, the 45, and the 200 being up above this current price means the price is most likely going to rise and be drawn up to these heavier moving averages. That's just the way it works, folks. No matter how hard and how long they try to herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk. She's going off, and I just sold 632. I just sold up to 632. And I'm going to keep doing this, folks. Do what they're doing, folks. I just sold 626, just sold 627, 628, just sold 629. And I am up $164 on this position today, now up 177. And the stock I'm trading is JEM. JEM. This is what it looks like on the chart. JEM. Now I also want to look at ABCL. All right, I see that. One bottom this morning, two bottoms this morning, three bottoms, fourth time trying the bottom right here. Fourth time on ABCL. They just tried the bottom there four times. You can see it over here this morning hitting 738 for the low. Right there, 738 for the low. And then they did a little double nutter. Off she goes. And then they try and reestablish with a single nut. And that price only achieved 743. 5 cent higher than this previous morning's low. 5 cents higher, this one here. And this is what it looks like right now, ABCL. Now we're going to look at that's right, the double nutter butterflutter, which they definitely did this morning right there. Once and twice. And then here, once and trying now for the twice. And this is on ABCL. Next, let's look at TPET. TPET. now down 4%. TPET, okay? That was called out by John Connor this morning. So was ABCL. Now I want to look at KUST, 1 day chart. KUST. Oh, look at that, folks. Nice. KUST. I made good money on that today. Let's look at SVRE. Okay, SVRE, folks. There it is. SVRE. And this thing can move, folks. It's down 10% today. But this thing can move pretty quickly. And they tried running it down out of the gate. They tried to run it down out of the gate and got this low right here, which is 223. And then about a half hour ago, they ran it down here again and got a low of 222. And that was it. They got a 223 and a 222, and now she's off, and the shorts are all screwed. That's right. And if this 5 day light blue line surpasses this number, this could make a really good run. So let's put a line right here. And let's see if this 5 day moving average, blue, the light blue one, can move up above that line. If it does, that'll be a real sign of strength, folks. And I just sold JEM at 634. Nice. And I'm now up $216 on this position. And now I want to sell. I just sold 657, 657. Nice. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to sell short here. I just shorted the position 20 shares short. And we'll see if we can buy back here at 655 and get out of the shorted position now. Try and buy back 655 here. There we go. I should have just got out of it just then. Come on, down here below me, right here. There we go. Just sold that shortage position at 652. And now I'm up $293 on this stock. JEM. JEM. Yep. And the stock is now up 63%. I tell you what, whoever's got their fingers on this thing and controlling it, they've done a very good job. They've really been able to beat it down and run it back up. Now, I'm going to take a stab and try to short this position. I'm going to short at 666. All right, I'm going to try and short it, and I just shorted 60 shares at 666. You can see I just shorted at 667, 60 shares. Yep, JEM. and I just shorted 667. And I'm going to buy back at 655. So I've shorted 667, 60 shares, and now I'm going to try to buy back at 655. That's what I'm trying right here. Trying to buy back 655. I just shorted 667. And that's just 60 shares that I did there. Now 672, 673. That's a sell right there. And if we get a 688, that's another sell. Wow, 694 now, folks. Well, I'll short 699 and I'll short $7. I'll short 698 and I'll short 697. Yep. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to try to short 696, 97, 98, and 699 and $7. I'm already shorting at 667. And here we come back down, and I'm going to sell the short position at 655. Come on, baby. Let's get down to this at 665. And on up she goes to 682. All right, here we go. We're going to come up here now to 697, 98, 99, and $7. And I'm going to short that position on this stock, JEM, if I can get them to fill 697, 98, 99, and 7. Sure looks like this JEM is being stubborn, though, at 682. And now I'm going to get out of my shorted position with some money on it. Of course, they ran it right down to my DCA, 667. And I'm hoping to buy out of this shorted position at 655. 655. And here they come, folks. Come on down here to 655. It's easy for you to achieve 655, I know. Dropping it now to 671, 670 now, 668. Here they come, right on down. All right, and I just bought it out of it at 642. 642, I just bought out of the shorted position. Right now, I'm up $308 on this position. JEM. JEM. Ah, there's some buys in the 638s. Let's try to buy 630, 633. Well, there she goes. She's back up to 646 now. And I'm going to sell here 654, 655. You should sell here. And I just sold 649. And here we go, 654, 655, go out at 659 and 660. Here's where you're getting out, folks, right here. Don't hesitate to sell 654, 65, 660. Then we're going to sell 665 and 666. We're going to sell 672. There we go. Just sold 660. I now have 60 shares remaining. And I'm trying to sell 666 now. It should go up to that number. It's already been there once. It should go there now again. And this is JEM stock, which I'm now up $373 on today. JEM, called out by Jayhawk this morning. And the only number I've got left is 60 shares at 666. And I'm actually going to close that out and put 20 shares at 665. I just sold 20 at 666 and 667. And now I'm up $378 on this position today. And Jayhawk said this was going to be a good stock to day trade today, and he was right. This stock is currently up 66.37%. And I'm going to try to buy at 649. And the stock I'm on is JEM. Thank you very much, Juna Hawk. Juna Hawk, thank you. I do appreciate your gift. And as you can see now, I'm attempting to buy here just 20 shares at a time. 652, 654, 655, 656, 657. Those should be pretty easy numbers to achieve here fairly soon. I am going to try to buy here at 666, and I just got a 664 buy. And my dollar cost average is now $6.64. But I'm trying to buy below that. I got orders in 648, 649, 650, 651. Now this is getting pushed up again. There we go. And I've only been able to get 40 shares here. My DCA is 664, and of course they're going to try to buy 2 cents below me now, so they're just letting me buy now at 659, and they gave me some 657s there. Nice. And now they're trying to drop in some 654s for me to pick up. Very nice. Well, that didn't last long. That was a well executed plan, Shorty. Notice they do anything they can to keep this price 2 cents below my dollar cost average. And there she goes, right on off. Now you want to sell here 670, 672, 673. Sell 675, sell 676 and 677. Oh, yeah, they're going to trade in a trench here for a while on this stock. And right now, they're just holding it on my DCA, then up 10 cents, and back to my DCA, then up 10 cents, back to my DCA, up 10 cents. That's what we're seeing here. And I just got a bunch of orders to fill at 553. And that was nice of them. 553, now trying for 552. And again, just trying to sit a few pennies under my dollar cost average is what they're doing. And who can blame them? It's a nice view from where I'm sitting. And there are a lot of buyers up here, ladies and gentlemen, all the way up here on this stock. Look at this. Look at the tons of buyers at $8, 7.99 up to 8.20. Look at all the buyers at 7.99 to 8.20 this morning. Huge numbers compared to what's going on here now. This is crazy, these numbers here. Just minuscule comparative. Not to say there's not a lot of buying going on here. There is. There's a lot of buying going on here, folks. 641 dump out coming at him hard. 641, 661. And I'm just trying to load in my buy orders in just here underneath. There we go. I just got a 659. And now she's skyrocketed back up to 664. So no more 659s. And I just sold for 670. Oh, she spiked just now. And I'm going to sell 686, 687, 688. I just sold 689. Now you're going to sell 693, 96, 97, 98, 99. All right, please sell there. I just sold 677 and 680. I now have 300 shares long. I'm going to try to buy back at 666, 667, 68, and 69. And I've got 300 shares. You want to sell 687 and 688 here, folks. Don't hesitate. Sell these 685, 86, 87, 88 here. Okay? You want to do that for sure. And I saw they were just up to 688, but didn't fill my orders. That's all right. I'll just hit sell bid. I just sold 685. I just sold 688, 688, 687. That was easy. Now I'm going to sell six. I'm up $513 on this position today. And this is JEM. And up she rises. And now I'm going to be trying to buy 672, 73, 74. And I'm going to be selling 686, 687, 688, 689, and 690. And I just sold 690. And I just sold 693 and just sold 692 and just sold 693, 94. All right. Now at 529 on this position. Just sold 713. Come on up and sell 718, 719, and 720. Folks, you have to sell these numbers. And I don't have any more shares here. So I'm not going to buy anymore, sell anymore, because I don't want to short this here. But I am going to try to buy 682, 683, 684. Try to buy six. There you go. There they are. And I just got them 681, 682, 681 again. Very nice. Got 680 there. And I'm waiting down here for 675, 674, 73, 72. Would not be surprised at all to see them come after those numbers right now. Yes, indeed. And my dollar cost average is now $6.81. Curiously, the market makers are sitting now 2 cents above my dollar cost average. There's the 2 cents below. That's what we're more used to. Two below me, folks. That's what the shorts have as a daily desire. Two below me. Ah, those are some nice buys. Nice. Can I get a 672 or 666, 667, 66? Come on now, bring it on down here. And I guess the answer to that is no, I cannot get it. I'm trying, but it ain't working. They're trying to get below me here. There they go, 675. Nice. Please, so may I have some more? There we go. Well, they had it below me for just a moment there. They had it 2 cents below me. And that is, of course, no surprise whatsoever. Now we watch it rise. And we're going to sell the 682, 683, 686, 87, 688. We're going to sell 689 and 690. There's the last buys below my dollar cost average. Yep. And here we come back down to a good buy again, some 666 maybe. But right now it's just a bunch of hoarding of shares at 671 and 672. Numbers that they love to hoard. Yep. 2 cents below me, folks. 673. And there she goes, right on back up over me now. And I'm going to sell these over here now. Here we go. We're going to sell these. Just sold 682. Easy peasy, baby. And they're still trying to buy below me. And now I'm putting in my buy orders on this stock, JEM. And I'm still trying to buy just below my dollar cost average or right on it. And they've been very diligent about keeping this price when they want to right under my DCA and buying up a whole bunch of shares. And then they just take it up a little bit over my DCA and they start selling it. And this has been a pretty popular theme of the market makers over the last month or two, or even longer. And many people have been here many times and watched them try to hold the price 2 cents below me on my DCA, just like they did this one today. And then finally it breaks loose and off she goes. And these orders all start selling. So I just sold again up to 688. Now I'm going to sell 691, 92, 93, 94. All the way up 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. And I will be selling there. So now, in the same way I'm coming in here with 20 share buys at a time. I go out with the same 20 share sells. And again, they'll hold this thing hostage here as long as they can. Then suddenly the thing will spike up and all these sell orders will sell up here. You'll see them run up, 10, 12 cents. And that is exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm trading in this trench. And I just bought 674, 673. That's my DCA. And my sales will come here. And now you'll watch this thing run right back up, and all these will sell all the way up here. And it'll run all the way up to nearly $7, folks, and they'll be selling. All my share orders will be selling. But for now, it's try to buy 2 cents below Catfish Tyler or on his DCA. That's the game. Trying to buy on my DCA or below me. Interesting how when they let it run up, they're trying to contain it here, but I just sold 684, 684, 684 just sold. And as you can see, now I'm up on this position $588 today. This was called out this morning by Jayhawk and said this could be a good day trader, and he was right. Right now I'm up $602 on it. And I just sold 688, 688, 688. And the stock I'm trading is JEM. Just stay on the horse, folks. Just keep riding it, baby. Just keep selling these numbers here over my DCA. And I just sold 683. And this is going very well. All right, we're coming up with our buy orders at 677, 678. I just sold 686, and I just sold 686 again. And now I'm about to sell 687 and 688 and right on up. There we go. Just sold 687. Just sold 688. And I'm up now. $612 is what I'm up on this position right now. 613. Oh, look at him drop it back down below my DCA. Those scoundrels. Well, thanks for letting me buy those again one more time. And up she goes, folks, just right on back up after they take it down to my DCA. And I could do this all day long, folks. I can do this all day. And I just got 657, 651, 647, 644. Nice. There's a 638. Well, can I get a 633, please? A 636, 637, 638, 639, 640, 641, 642. Can I get a 643? No, I cannot. There, that was very quick, a very quick drop right there at 11:45. Very tasty little morsels they gave out there at 6:46, 47, 48, 49, and 6:50. And I just I filled at 6:47, 6:48. Yep, just got a 6:45. Looking for 6:44 now. One of my favorite numbers to fill, 6:44 through 6:38. And let's try and hit it hard here. Bring it, Shorty. Yeah. Very good, very good, very good, very good. 644s there. Nice. Well, you know how much they love these 644s to run it down to 644, folks. You know this is on my buy sell sheet. Now we're going to go back to buying 20 shares at a time, 647, 48, 49, 650, 651. And I just got 649, 649, 650. Now she's at 652. Doesn't surprise me. 3 cents below me. Lots of buying here. A lot of buying here. A lot of buying on the ask. And now they're trying to buy 2 cents below me. And 1 cent below me, 654. And there we go. And now she's over my DCA. Back up over me we go. Well, that was a nice effort to try to hold it there underneath my DCA. Now I'm going to sell 660, 662, 665, 666. I'm going to sell 667, 68, 69, and 670. There we go. Just sold 664. I'm also going to sell 672 and 673. Just sold 664 again. Just sold 666. Thank you. Yep. Here we go. Just sold 667. Just sold 669. Just sold 670, 71, 672. And I'm now up $741 on this position today. I just sold 666. I just sold 666 again. Just sold 667. And I'm up $718 on this position today. The stock is JEM. And this stock was over $8 this morning, JEM. My current DCA on the stock is $6.50. And I'm just selling orders here now. And I just filled at 656, 657. And now she's going back up. And there she goes, right on back up. And I just got through buying again. Now they're not even trying to hold it under my DCA, folks. They're just riding it up, and then they're pulling it back 5 or 6 cents, then going up 10 cents, then back 5 or 6, then up 10 more, then back 5 or 6, then up 10 more. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing right now. So all I'm doing is sitting here right below them, waiting to buy these little pullbacks when they drop it down a little bit. When it breathes a little, I buy these shares, and then it runs right back up, and I sell them all again. Ding, 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 ding. And really, I'm a little bit perplexed on this JEM. Why they are not sitting below my dollar cost average here on the lunchtime pre-lunch low. And they almost always at lunchtime will drive it down to 2 cents below me, which would be 6.49 a share. And unfortunately for them, it seems like there's too many buyers coming in here at 6.55. And we'll see if they can get it down here below me, though. They're going to try for sure. They always do, folks. They always do at lunchtime. They try to get this thing down to 2 cents below my dollar cost average, regardless of where my dollar cost average is. They're going to try to get it 2 cents below me. And that puts us at this pivotal point right now. 651 is my dollar cost average, and there they are, 653. I just bought 653. And now I got 651 right on my DCA. And right back up she pops off of my DCA, 654 now. DCA is dollar cost average, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I made money in SDOT all week, LOL. All right, Ray. SDOT. All right. High title. This market for penny stocks is stinky shorts playground, lower market volume. Yep. Yes. I hear what you're saying. Right now, however, curiously enough, here we are almost at lunch, and the price is now sitting 1 penny under my dollar cost average. Just so typical, folks. So typical. And wow, there we go. Somebody just got to buy 650, a penny under my DCA. Now let's sell 658, 657, 656. Just sold 660. Just sold all the way up to 660 just then. And let's just keep them rolling to them there. And then they drop it to 2 cents below me again. It's lovely, folks. It's just lovely. They're trading all around my DCA here and letting me sell repeatedly at 660 and buy back at 650. It's fantastic. And they've been letting me do this over and over and over with this stock all day long. It has been a dream stock for day trading. And as you can see, they're trading in a trench here. They're just trading in a trench. They keep buying on my DCA or a penny below me and keep selling up here 10 cents over. And that's what they're doing, folks. So I'm going to take advantage of that. I'm going to take advantage of it over and over and over and over. Just like they're doing. Just like they're doing here. And take notice, they have no interest in dropping it any below my dollar cost average. Not at all. They're just interested in buying on my DCA. 650 a share. That's all they want to do is buy on my DCA at lunchtime, 650 a share. Or 2 cents below me would be even better. So I'm trying for that too. Trying for 654 to sell. And the sells are going to start right now, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. And I'm going to tell you something. You see, I'm going to sell 655 all the way up to 672, but I'm going to take these orders away right now. I want all those orders to go away. Get rid of all these sell orders up here. Now, I will leave them at 666 because I believe that'll be an easy number to reattain. And so I'll leave that there at 666, but leave the rest open. And now we're just going to try to buy until they run out of shares on my dollar cost average. And that shouldn't be too long. Matter of fact, it looks like they just ran out of them just then. They just ran out of all they had there at 650 a share. That's it, folks. And I just sold 667. See that? Ha ha ha. I took out all those orders. Now selling 672, 673. Now look at it run, folks, after I took out all those orders. And hopefully you took out all yours too. And I just sold at 669, 668. Wow. Come on out, folks. The water's fine. And I just sold 663. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now up $708 on this position. Now up 719. And here comes the sells. Just sold 684, 664, 665. I just sold. Just sold 667 now. Twice. And I just sold 668. Now up $780 on this position. And I'm going to keep selling the 665, 666 as long as I can here. And this is looking good, folks. JEM, here's the chart on it. JEM. And I just sold 665. Let trying to show you the chart on JEM. I just sold 666. And I just bought a bunch of shares at 632. Golly. JEM. There's the drop right there I just got. JEM. Wow. Well, what do you know? And they just let me drop my dollar cost average down to $6.44 there. 636, folks. Wow. Lunchtime low, baby. Lunchtime low. Wow, what a drop for the lunchtime low to the 632. And nice. Oh yeah, I'm getting some more shares here in the 631 32s. 633. Nice. Well, man, this is great, man. Absolutely perfect day trade stock for us, Jayhawk, today. Thank you. This is just absolutely all you could ask for. This yanking it around, jerking it down, herking it down and jerking it up and herking it way down and jerking it way up. Man, what a day trade dream stock. And if you're wondering why I'm buying this 637 and 638, they're because those numbers are on my buy sell sheet right here. Buy back 38, 39, 37, 38, 39. That's why I'm buying here. It's not just a random number. 37, 38, and 39 are buyback numbers, folks. I've even got orders here at 633, 632, 631, 630, because those are also buyback numbers. Oh, yeah. I got these numbers all over my buyback sheet 630, 31, 32. These are big time reentry numbers. And they've never had jack crap over here earlier today at this price. They've just had virtually nothing here. Nothing, folks. Nothing. There we go. That's the end of that. That won't last long here. No, sir. They've never had any shares in this region right here. 630, 31, 32, 33, and now she's rocketing back over my DCA. That is going to be it for the lunchtime low. Market rate makers trying to hold the price 2 cents below me now, 2 cents below me, but it just went over me. And now we're going to start selling at 648, 649, 650, 652, 653, 654, and 655. And I am going to show you how to day trade this stock and make a boatload of money off of it as they continually keep trying to day trade around my dollar cost average, which they're doing as we speak. And watch and learn how this happens, folks, how they can keep pushing the price down, but yet I can keep making money on it. I can just keep making money as they keep manipulating it down. And again, they're just at my dollar cost average here, 1 penny under my DCA, just 1 penny below me now. But I'm on to them, folks. I see how they play their game, and I take advantage of it. And here we go. We're back on up, and now I'm selling here, folks. And when they don't fill my orders, when I can see them over my price, I get pissed off. I just hit sell bid and I take all these damn numbers off. If they're not going to fill my orders, screw them. And I just filled at 650s. See, take them away and then they fill them, folks. As soon as you take them away, I just sold 664. And now I'm up 1,000 on this position. And I'm selling 667 through 673 here. Oh yeah, and here we go. Gonna sell now 667, 672, 73. Oh yeah. And I just hit sell bid when they don't sell my orders. I get pissed off and I hit sell bid again and sell bid again here. And I just sold 673, 673, 673. Now I'm gonna sell again here. Just sold 667, 667. Just sold 667 again, 667. And I'm now currently up $1,032 on this position. And I'm looking to sell right here. I just sold 675, 675, 674, just sold. Now we're going to sell 680. Oh my, look at this, folks. Oh my gosh, look at that. Now up 1,300 on this position. Yes. And I've got 1,000 shares remaining. Oh, this is so sweet. Look at that. Look at that, folks. Just sold all those all the way up to $7. Sell here, folks. 703, 704, 706, 707, 708. Oh yeah, up 1,500 on this position now. And this stock is JEM, ladies and gentlemen. JEM. Yes. Great call out for day trading, Jayhawk. You probably done really well on it, didn't you? Nice. Well, look at these buy orders I just filled down here. It's 635, 636, 637. Now we got to raise those back up here to 660, 661, 662. Goodness gracious. Try and buy 666 again, 665, 664, and 663. I now have 560 shares remaining. I want you to sell with me. 40 shares at a time, sell 692, 693, 696, 97, 98, and 99, and 701 and 702. All right, I want you to sell all those numbers there. And now we have no more buy orders to fill down here. That's impossible. They're gone. All that's gone. My dollar cost average is at $6.35 now. 635 is my DCA. And I have 560 shares. I'm going to sell them at 686, 687, 688. I'm going to sell 684. There we go. I just sold 688, 89, 692. I just sold 698. The high of the day on this stock, folks, is $7 and what was it? $8. 909 was the high today already. 909, and a lot of buyers from 820 down to $8. All right. So my dollar cost average on this is $6.35. I want to sell 40 shares, or let's do 20 at a time at 684, 686, 687, 688. Come down and raise the buy order to 668, 669, 670, up to 671 and 672. And I just sold 688. Very nice. And right now on JEM, I'm up $1,420. And Gary the car cleaner returneth. Hey, boys. Welcome back, Gary. Gary the car cleaner. Nice. Hi, Tyler. This market for penny stocks is stinky shorts playing around. Yep. Lower market volume. Well, not on this stock today. This is the one right here, JEM. And my dollar cost average is now down to $6.38. And I'm up $1,413 on this position today. It's my assassin name. All right. We have another assassin on this channel, of a bass assassin. All right, let's see if we can pick up any of these shares as they drop it down and let it breathe a little bit here. So we're expecting them to let this breathe and come on down here. So let's get these orders to fill here. And I'm trying to buy 677, 676. Looks like it can come right on down in here and catch these shares right now. And I just got these selling all the way up to $6.93, 692. And quite frankly, I don't even have that many shares left to sell. I've only got 120. 4, 8. Yeah, I can't sell this many. I got to get rid of some of these sell orders. There we go. And now I only have 120 shares remaining that I'm holding of this stock. And I'm going to try and sell it at 690, 691, 692. Just sold them. They just sold. And now I don't have any shares left, and the price is rising up over $7. Let's see if they'll drop it down here any lower. Try and buy 680, 682, 683. We're going to try and buy there. We should be able to get 10 cents down from the 699. There it's just went over $7. Now it's at 727, folks. 730. JEM 750, 755. Be careful, folks. At any minute it can pull back, and I'm going to stay below it. I'm going to try to buy 738 here, 743 and 44. I'm going to try to buy a 750, 48, 49, and 750. And from 766, they should be able to get at least a 750, 53, 752 and 53. From 766, it should be easy to get 13 cents down. At least that much. At least that much, folks. JEM. And I believe they've halted it at 767. Yes, they did. They halted it. They halted it at 767. And now the bid is 767 and the ask is 768. Well, we'll see what they do after the halt ends. Halted it at 767. And there was a lot of selling up here from $8 to $8.20, folks. And now they've halted it at 767. And the bid is 767. The ask is 768. This has been halted 2 other times this morning. One time they halted the stock, and the price was $6.22, and the bid was 532. The bid was 90 cents lower. Now they've halted it, and the bid is 767, and the ask is 768. But when they halted it this morning, when the price was at $6.03, the bid was 532, folks. They halted it at 603, and the bid was 532. Then the next time they halted it, it was the same thing, an 80-cent gap between the bid and the ask. And here now they've halted it, and there's just a 1 cent gap between the bid and the ask. And the bid is 767 and the ask is 768. So I think it's going to keep rising, folks, because the last two halts, there was a huge gap down on the bid, a dollar less almost, and 90 and 80 cents less on the other two halts. So let's see how long they halt this. Number one, sometimes they can halt a stock for about 15 minutes, but with this one, it seems like they've only been halting it about 5 to 7 minutes at a time. We'll see if they keep going with that. And the stock we're trading here is the stock JEM, JEM, with price now selling. Plenty of buyers came in there and bought at 767, folks. I mean, loading this boat up at 767 on this stock. And if you want to see this on the chart, this is what it looks like right now. JEM. A flat top green candlestick breaking over the 200 day with the 5 day, and they halt it right there. They halt it as the beginning of a triple crossover begins with the current price and the 5 day just crossing over the 200. They halt it. Why? And the bid is 767 and the ask is 768. JEM. This company shares are trading higher after the company announced approval by its board of directors to begin exploring a next generation digital platform that harnesses artificial intelligence, blockchain traceability, and crypto payment technology. And this stock has taken off on the news that they are going to be doing that. This is Cayman Holdings. Shares are trading higher after the company announced approval by its board of directors to begin exploring a new generation digital platform that harnesses artificial intelligence, blockchain traceability, and crypto payment technology. And that is what is making this stock soar. And the bid is now 767 and the ask is 768 and has been halted. And I've been trading it all day since Jayhawk called it out this morning. And Jayhawk told me this morning, right here, Jayhawk called it out. Jayhawk called it out. JEM, and he said, day trader, a day trader. And he was right. My dollar cost average went from 644 down to 583, folks, because I bought so many shares when they ran it down. Oh my gosh, the bid is 804. The bid is 804, folks. The bid is 811. Golly. Well, I'll come in at 773, 776, 777. The bid is it is at 862, folks. It's gone back over where all these shares were bought from 820 to 830. Golly. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to short this position at 866, folks. I'm going to start shorting it at 866 and 860. All right, that's my call. Short this at 866 and 860. That's my call on this. The highest it was this morning was 909. So I'm trying to short it at 850 854, 860, and 866. I'm trying to short those numbers. Now I'm going to try to come down here and buy at 808, 811, 813, 815, 817. Try and buy 820. And I just shorted it at 856 a share. I got 40 shares I'm shorting now at 856. And I'm going to try to buy back the 40 shares here at $8.20, 830. I'm going to try to buy back at 830 now and 833. And I'm trying to buy out of my shorted positions. I'm shorting it at 840, 856 a share is where I'm shorting it. 856 a share. And I just bought back at 832. I just sold at 849. I just sold at 852. And I'm going to try to buy back down here at 833 and 837. And I am shorting it at 852. I've got 60 shares short at 852. Come on, baby. Let's get this out. Let's get out of this shorted position here. I got 60 shares short here. And of course, they're sitting on my DCA, so 2 cents below me is a definite sell. 2 cents below me should be easy, folks. And this thing's just hit a high of $9.30, folks. And I just sold it at 930. I'm gonna try to sell it short at 938. The bid is 930. The ask is 931. This stock is up 134% right now. And I believe they've halted this at $9.30. And the bid is 930 and the ask is 931. So yep, they halted it at $9.30. And I'm now shorting 80 shares. So I'm going to try to buy back. And my orders start way down here. 860. I've got orders at 830. Gonna rise these up to 834, 833. Rise this up to 846, 847. Raise this to 848. Just get rid of these buy orders down here at the 770s. There's no way I'm going to get 750 anymore. Those are long gone. Look at these orders I bought down here at 671, 672. I bought there earlier. Yeah, I bought there earlier. Now I'm going to try to buy for $1 less. The bid is 930. The ask is 931. And the lowest I've got here is 832 buy. And my dollar cost is 871. And we're sitting at 930 right now at 12:30 in the afternoon at lunchtime's high 930. And it should be coming available to trade here again any moment now. That's right. And it is halted at 830 a share. And I'm sorry, at 930 a share. And the bid is 930 and the ask is 931. My presumption is it's going to keep rising, folks, because for those other previous halts, the bid was $1 less, 98 cents less, and 80 cents less. Now we're just seeing no gap at all. The bid is 930, the ask is 931 on this halt. So it's probably going to go higher, folks. And here's the chart on this stock, JEM. JEM. And boy, did they flush out of everybody out of this morning and ran it down here to a price of $4.95. And look at it rocket right back up the same way they dropped it this morning, the same way they dropped it. And you can see where the next lines of resistance are going to come in. One is going to be right there. So let's go see. And they've already broken that line of resistance. Now, the next line of resistance was going to be right here. And we've broken over that line of resistance. The next line of resistance was going to be right there. And I just sold JEM for $9.53. There it is right there. JEM. I just sold it at $9.53. And now I'm going to try to sell it here at $9.50. And I'm shorting 121 shares now. And my dollar cost average is 898. 898. And I want to sell here. And I just sold 945. I'm going to sell here. And I just sold 945 again. And now I want to buy back 160 shares. I just filled at 921. Now I'm trying to buy 915. And I just bought back 937. I'm only shorting 120 shares now. And I just bought back 928. That's awesome. And I just bought back 943. Nice. Now I'm only short 80 shares. And now I'm only short 20 shares. There we go. And I just got out of my shorted position. Now I'd like to buy back. And I want to try to buy the low here. So I'm going to come in here. 966 I just bought. Trying for 955 now. Wow. At 1006 I want to sell here. And 1008. Wow. And I just bought $9.59. I just bought 953. I just bought 960. I just bought 955. I just bought 943. And I just bought $9.45. And I got a 939. Now we're going to rise back up over. We're going to sell 972 here. 977. Sell 982. 983. And right now I'm trying to buy it at 933. And they're all over this thing, folks. They are all over this. Trying to buy 944 now. And I just picked up at 942. And they just jumped over my dollar cost average. And now I'm going to be selling here. I just sold 989, 987, 986. Very good. And I'm up 1,412 on this position now today. JEM. And now I'm going to sell 10, 12, 10, 13. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, right on up. I just sold 996. And I only have 100 shares left in my coffer. And my dollar cost average is $9.40. And I just sold 1011. And I only have 40 shares remaining. And I'm up 1,436 on this stock. JEM. Jayhawk, the volume has picked up massively, yes. And I'm trying to sell my last 40 shares at 1006 and 1008. And I just sold them there, 1008. Now she's at 1050 a share. I'm coming in at 988, 992, 993, 997, 98, 99. And I just filled at $9.95, 9.98, 9.93. I'm now holding 80 shares, and my dollar cost average is at 9.96 a share. Now I'm going to sell 10.08. I'm going to sell 10.22, 10.30, 10.30. I just sold 10.32 and 10.37. Now I'm going to sell 10.43. And I just sold 10.59. Now I want to sell 1082, 1072, 1066. And I want to short sell those positions. And I'm going to sell 1055 here. Now I'm trying to buy 996, 992, 993. I'll come 997, $10, 1001, 1002. And I'm ready to buy right here. I just bought at, yep, I just bought at $10. My dollar cost average is now $10. I'm trying to buy 988, 989, 984. Try to buy some 982, 977. Try to buy some 973, 983, 982. Try to buy some 977, 76. Try to buy some 972, 969. And right now, I've got 20 shares long. My dollar cost average is $10. Now I'm going to try to buy 1004, 1005, 1006. There we go. Got 1001. Now I've got 120 shares. I'm at 1001. Trying to buy now at 997, 998, 999. And that's the end of that. They took it down to my $10 dollar cost average. Now they should easily be able to come down here to 988 and 977. They should have no problem 978, 79. That should be simple, simple, simple. Now I'm selling up here at 1055. I'm going to sell 1049. Going to sell 1044. Just sold 1056. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, 1088, 1089. Up 1,600 on this position today. It looks like they've halted it at 1121. They've halted it at 1121. Yes. Yep. Well, they can't let it get out of hand. And now the bid is 1121, the ask is 1123. So this stock is even going to go higher now. When you see them halted and you see a gap, a huge gap between the bid and the ask, like a dollar less, then you know they're working it down. But when you see this gap is 1121 bid, 1123 ask, it's going to go on up, folks. It's going to keep rising. Right now, my dollar cost average is $9.98. Nice. And I don't have any shares left. I've almost sold them all. Wow, look at that thing, folks. JEM. And look at that fleecing and holding of SRFM this morning. Oh, holding it, holding it, holding it, holding it there, just accumulating, accumulating, accumulating. SRFM. Now seeing that 5 day start to rise. SRFM. Finally starting to see it rising here with a green flat top candlestick. SRFM. Now JEM. Here's the chart on JEM. Nice. Had two opportunities to double my account today and still didn't do it. Man, look at that thing. JEM, folks. Look at all the buyers coming in on that dang thing. All green, all buying, no selling whatsoever. I'm not going to get my buys at 998. That ain't going to freaking happen. We're going to come up to 1008, 1011, 1007. I doubt we'll ever see these numbers again on this, but I'll try 1014 and 1013. You never know, man. After a halt, they can drop it a friggin' dollar a share. We know that. But that's not likely when the bid is 1121 and the ask is 1123. But I'll try to buy a dollar below. I've got them there now at 1020, 1021, and 1022 and 1023. You never know what these market makers will do. All right, so I've got my orders in here now, a dollar below the current price. And if you don't think they can do that, you don't know market makers very well, ladies and gentlemen. They sure can make it do that. And here we go. I just sold it for 1067. And the high has already been 1127, folks. And I just bought 1087 a share. And I just bought 1079. And I'm going to try to buy 1072 and 1066 and 67 here, 1064. There we go, 1044 now. Try 1033. There they go. They're going to drop it a dollar, folks. They dropped it over a dollar. They dropped it over a dollar. Boy, they let them load in those sell orders. Oh my gosh, and they let them load them in. So they can hoard now at 9.59. And I just filled two orders at 9.53. Let's see if we can get any more. Look at all this dumping at 9.56. And I just bought 9.53. Yeah. Yep, 9.53. They've decided to settle in on 9.53 and hoard it up at 9.53 for some reason. It looks like they've halted this at 9.56. I wish they'd just leave the dang thing alone. Yep, they've halted it at 9.56 now. Somebody's got 40 shares for sale at 7.44. I think it's going down this time. You were right. The bid is now 9.50 and the ask is 9.56. So I'm all right with that. I got a lot of cashola here to buy with. I'm up $1,213 on this position today. 9.56. Halted at a bid of 9.50, asked 9.56. Well, let's get some orders down here then. We got an order at 9.15. We're going to try 9.17, try and buy 9.20, 9.19, and 9.20. And they've got it halted at 9.56 right now. Yep. Halted at 9.56. Be honest with you, I wish they just let this dang thing go. Let it go. Just let it go. Let's see if we can get some $8.88 here. 8.92, 8.93. Try for 8.97, 98, 99. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be back here in just about 5 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. You guys hang loose. Let me take a quick break here. And we'll see if we can pick up these lower prices at 9.20 through 9.815, and then see if we can get a 9.12 and 9.13 here too, and 9.11 of course, and 9.08, 9.07. But we're trying as low as 8.88 here. 8.88. All right. And I'll be back here in about 5 minutes. So you guys just chill out. And the stock we're trading is JEM. So we're trading JEM stock. Let me just write this down. Trading JEM. And I'll be back at 105. Right? Be back at 105. and we're trading JEM. Trading JEM. I'll show it to you on the chart. JEM, there it is. Trading JEM, and I'll be back at 105 or earlier. All right, guys? I got to grab a snack. My wife isn't here to give me a little snack food today, so I'll be right back, and we'll see what happens with this JEM. And we want to make sure we're on the 1 day chart. 1 day chart. There it is. JEM. All right, I'll be back. You guys just hang loose and let me have a little sandwich. All right, I'm back. What have I missed? What have I missed in my absence? Ah, still trying to hold her steady here, huh? All right. Sorry I'm a little bit late, but I had to eat something, folks. Took a little longer than I thought. And apologize for being a little bit late. And 896 now, huh? All right. 897, 892. Woo! Take it to the cleaners, man. Well, they got it down to 897, 898 for the last chance. Their lunchtime low, if you will, after lunchtime low. And God bless them for trying to get it under $9. And it's a shame I got back too late to get some of those. Here we go. I'm getting some now. 890s. There you go. 898. 896. All right. Good. 894. Perfect. Perfect. Let's try for some 877 here. 877. And 882, ladies and gentlemen. 882. We're trying for 882 here now. And this stock has certainly been run all over the place. Just sold it for over $11. And man, they manipulated the crap out of this all day long. They've had their way with her. And right back up over $9. At least they let me get a few of those down there in the 890s and a couple in the 880s. Oh my gosh, and she shot back up to 913 now. Well, that wasn't long down in the 880s, was it? And I missed all these down here. I had them too low. I had them down there too dang low, folks. And she's already gone back up over $9 now. Well, there's still a chance we could get some 872s and 873s at the last, right before 3 o'clock. We could see those. So we'll keep those moving up here and see if we can get even as low as 864. But now she's over 920, and we should be selling here 920, 924, 925, sell 930, sell 931, sell 933, 929, sell 943 and 44, sell 937 and 938. And I just sold 923. And my buys are going to come in here now, down lower. And looks like the lowest we're going to get here now is going to be right about here, 855. I just sold 930, 938. And I'm selling here 60 shares at a time. And I'm going to sell right now at 935 and 933. I'm selling 60 shares at a time. And I'm going to sell 930. My dollar cost average is actually 946, but as I sell these, I'll be lowering my dollar cost average because I'll get to buy back down here at the $9 and less. I've got my orders all the way down to 866 here. And I'm actually going to be trying, and the stock I'm trading here is JEM. And I am going to keep these bids down here in the 860s for sure, and even try to buy 860 here. And the stock I'm trading is JEM, and I'm currently up $943 on this position. Now at 982. Just so you know how I trade here, I have a paper money account that I'm trading with here, but over here is my real account. Okay, this is my real Charles Schwab account that I'm trading with over here. All right, so I have this to teach people how to use Charles Schwab Think or Swim, which I think is very easy to function and to make workable. And and so I show people how to use paper money here and how to use the charts on Charles Schwab Think or Swim. And right now you can clearly see this JEM stock is just steadily 45-day rising, 50-day rising, 200-day rising. And all it's going to do is shove this 5-day right on up, folks, with this high 45 over the 50 and the 50 and the 200 down here, and all the long-term averages rising, folks. The chances of it dropping are like almost zero. All right. The chances of this falling, if you can get in here at 908, would be very good, I would think. Okay. Try to get some 908 here. All right. Now don't buy too much. All right. Don't try too much. All right. And I just filled at 911 on it. And as you can see now on this position, which Jayhawk was right, it's been a great day trader, and I'm up $1,200 on this position now. And I'm going to start selling at these numbers where I have my sell orders in right here. 930, 933, 31, 33. I've got a lot of shares here, folks. So I'm going to start selling here right now. And I just sold 932. I just sold. And right now I'm up 1,216. Now up 1,003. I just sold there. I'm going to sell 944 next. And I want to sell 947, 60 shares, 947, 948. I want to sell 955 here. I want to sell 960. I'm selling out at 975, 73. I want that 973. I just sold there 984. And I want to sell here again 984 and 986 and 988. I've got 700 shares remaining. I also want to sell 993, 997, 98, 99, and $10. And I just sold 988, 988. Thank you, Mopar. I bought it all, Charlie. Sup, bud? Yes. All right, Mopar. Man, cranking here right now, just cranking on this stock, and now sold it at 997 just then. And I'm going to sell it at 1006, 1007, 1008, just like I have on my buy sell sheet. And the stock is JEM. I am up $1,700 on this position today, and I've been trading it all day long. Jayhawk called it out, and he said, I think this is going to be a great day trader, he said. And ladies and gentlemen, you can see he was right. It has been a fabulous day trader with big swings down and up and down and up and down, massive swings. Look at the chart. Look at the 1-day chart and back out on it and take a look at this, folks. Man, sell it, buy it, 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 sell it, folks. Sold at 958. Yes, just sold at 958. And now I'm going to sell at 969. 966 I'm going to sell. Yes, I am. 60 at a time. 960 I'm going to sell here. And my dollar cost average is right down here. $8.90 is my dollar cost average. And if they come back down there again to me, I'll be ready to buy right below me. You can see me loading in these orders right below me like they always like to do. So let's see if they come down here and try and take this below me right at 3 o'clock. Well, I'll be ready to buy all these shares if they try to take it down below my DCA. And this stock I'm trading is JEM. Here it is on the chart. JEM. Called out by Jayhawk this morning. And he says, hey, Catfish, I think this might be a good day trader. And I just sold it at 967 and I just sold it at 974. And I'm going to sell it at 977, 76, 77. And I only have 220 shares left. So these orders I've got up here, I've got to kill some of those. I don't want to short this up here. I don't want to do any more shorting of it. I did that a couple times and no more for that. So I've only got 220 shares left. I'm going to sell 72. I'm selling 72 and I'm going to sell 73 here. And as you can see, I only have 220 shares. I just sold 974. And now I'm going to sell 976 and 77. Just did. And now I'm shorting the position. So I've got to buy back now 80 shares at $9.44, I hope. And we'll try 60 shares at right now, buy at market. And I'm shorting from 976 right now. And I just sold 940, 946. Got 20 shares more. I'm shorting right now at 976 a share. Shorting 20 shares, and I didn't really mean to, but I did. I oversold a little bit. Sold 20 more shares than I actually had. And now that I'm shorting this position, as this keeps falling, yeah, this is cool. I can buy right there. All right, and now I'm 60 shares long on this now. Okay, I'm 60 shares long. And I'm going to be buying 60 shares at a time if I can, 2 cents below me or even a little bit below me. So here we come. We're coming at $9. And I'm trying to buy 911, 913, 917, 920. Okay. That's my wishes. And of course, I'll buy where they like to buy 2 cents below me at 940, 940. And the stock I'm trading is JEM. Here it is on the chart. JEM. This is the stock I'm trading. This is what it looks like. It was called out early this morning by Jay Hawk, and he was right. JEM stock. My dollar cost average this morning at 10:37 in the morning was 644 a share. And then at 10:48 in the morning, my dollar cost average on this stock was $5.83. And right now, my dollar cost average is $9.42, folks. And I got a lot more confidence in shorters than they actually deserve because I was hoping they could get it down to 878, but they're not going to get anywhere near that. So I'm coming up to $9.15 and 916, and I'm going to come up to 917, and I'm going to raise from 883 to 918, 884 to 920, and now trying to buy 920, 914, and we'll come up and try to buy 912, and we'll see if we can get some 910. Okay, and right now, I know that's optimistic with it being at 957, but you never know, man. They have really shown a great ability to move this stock down very rapidly. And we've seen them be able to march this thing around pretty much everywhere they wanted to all day long. It's just fortunately we've been taking advantage of what they're doing. And when they drop it down, we're coming in. And the stock I'm trading here, ladies and gentlemen, is JEM. JEM. And currently up 1,749. Price is trading at $9.62. And I'm quite a bit lower than that. I'm way lower than that. Uh, I'm a little more optimistic in the ability of the shorts to drive it down. And they could take it all the way down to the $8 to 822 again. They could do it. They could do it for sure. And but I'm trying to buy down below here, and I'm getting nowhere with that. As the price just jumped up to 980. So I'm going to sell here. I just sold 982. I'm going to sell 992. Just sold at 979. I'm going to try to sell 982 again. This thing's getting very volatile right now. I'm only sitting on 160 shares long, and my dollar cost average is 940 a share. I'd love to get some 944 here. 948, 949, 950 would be nice. Here we come. Come on down. Yeah, here we come. There we go. Good. I picked up some 947s right there. Nice. Well, that's the end of that, folks. Boy, howdy, that ended very quickly. But fortunately, I was able to pick up another couple hundred shares. And that's all I really want at this stage of the game, knowing how fast they can manipulate this thing, how quick they can make it drop. I don't really want to have more than 200 shares. I could end up in the red. Because, man, they can make this thing drop like you wouldn't believe, this stock. And here it is right now on the chart, JEM. But you be aware of something, folks. When they decide to, they can make it fall. Okay? You look over here and you can see, look how fast when they decide, look how fast they can make it fall. Look how they can make it fall. Notice how they can make it fall. Look how far they can make it fall. They can make this thing fall so fast, folks, you don't even know what happened to you. And right now, I'm going to take a note of something. I just sold it at 985, but I want you to see something here. This 5-day light blue moving average, do you see right there? Look right there. That 5-day light blue moving average stopped right there before, right on that line. It stopped dead. See that? They took it up there and then they pulled that thing way down. And now, folks, we have eclipsed that with the 5-day average, okay? And the next resistance point is going to be right there, right at the bottom of that crux, right there. Boom, boom. That was a resistance. And so this is a resistance point, folks. Now, if it breaks over this, it will go to that number right there. And if it can break over that number, which happens to be 964, then it's going to go up to this number here, right there. And that number where it dropped and popped off of and also was stopped the 5-day and dropped back down, that number is 996 a share, folks. Okay? That's why I'm selling all of them at 999s. And now I'm buying them at 933. Now, if it goes over that number, it's going to go to this number. And then if it breaks that one, it's going to go to this one. But if it goes over that very top one, then this thing is going to make a nice move. That's JEM, folks. I'm letting you know. JEM. Look at the 20-day chart. And I'm here to tell you right now, this thing has surpassed this level here. And probably why they're letting me buy it at 910, because they see that too. They see that this 5-day blue moving average never stopped here. The only place it stopped was right there. Right there was the only place that this 5-day blue moving average ever stopped. And look at this 50-day rising and the 45-day climbing and the 200 climbing. And what do you got here? All you got every single moving average rising is what you got on this 20-day. Every single range moving average is rising. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, that as we speak, the 200-day is rising, the 50-day is rising, the 45-day is rising, and the 5-day is rising. Every line, the 10-day is rising. The 10-day is rising. Now I'm going to buy right here. Every moving line is rising. All moving averages are going up on this stock. And oh yeah, I'm hoarding here now, like they are. 905. No interest in making it fall any lower. Just hoarding it at 905, folks. And that's the end of that. Yep, that's all over. Now we're at 912. So that was very, very quick. And now they're back over my DCA. And I'm grateful to them to getting my dollar cost average down now under $9.20. I'm at 919. Sometimes I wish they couldn't see how where my DCA was, because then they like to work around it so heavily. And I just feel that 884, 881 I just picked up. And this stock has been way lower today, ladies and gentlemen, a lot lower than where we are. Believe you me, it's been way below this. I already know. And I've seen how much they can swing this thing. I told you how far they can drop it. I told you already. But they're letting me buy here, and I'm glad they are at 890. And I'm glad they're letting me get it at this price. And the reason that they are is because they want to hold this under $9 a share. So they just ran it down to 888, where they love to buy, of course. And now they're just trying to buffer for the 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock run. And I'm just hoarding up shares here like they are at the same number they love to buy. 890, 888. I'm just doing the same thing they are, buying where they are. And now we're only able to get some 890 right here. No more of the 888s, those are gone. And as I accumulate with those accumulators accumulating right here now, I wonder how high they're going to push it. That's what I wonder. This is it right here, JEM, JEM, and there's the chart. All long-term averages are rising, the 200. And ladies and gentlemen, this is on the 180-day chart. Look at all the long-term averages. Look at all the long-term averages. Look at the 45 rising off the 50-day. Look at the 10-day rising, the 5-day rising. All long-term averages. The 200 is rising. The 50's rising. The 45, the 10-day, the 5, they're all rising. The only thing that dropped just then was a temporary price. The long-term averages tell the story, folks. They tell the full story. The long-term lines are what you should be going by, not looking at the short term, the very shortest term, like right now where I'm buying on this short-term rundown. This is a very nice short-term rundown to force 866. And yes, I'm buying here. You can hear the thing chiming away. Just chiming away. And I'm therefore grateful for people that are letting me buy these right now at $8.66 and 63 cents. And I can only presume it won't be here very long because earlier in the day they didn't have many shares down here. And I'm about to be doing very well on this. Thank you for the 872s and 873 buys there. And for those of you that just threw away the 766, 797s, thank you. I don't know who in the world wants to sell 797, but I tell you what, I'm grateful to you. I'm very grateful to you, whoever just did that. And did they halt it? I think they've halted it at 796. I wish they'd stop doing that. And now the bid is 795 and the ask is 796. See, that's not a place to stop. That's not a place to stop it. Not to make it keep falling, it's not. I've already seen this morning, and you did too with me. When this thing was falling, when they halted it, there was a gap of $1 almost between the bid and the ask. And the bid was the dollar lower. And now I see the bid is just 1 penny lower than the ask. So I wonder, why did they halt it there? Why are they halting it here? The dang stock's still up 100%. Oh gosh. The stock is still up 100%. The bid is 795, the ask is 796. It's not like the bid was 698 and the ask was 796 like this morning. Remember when they halted it this morning, the bid was almost $1 lower than the ask when they halted it this morning. I see a lot of buyers at $8. I've seen a ton of buyers today at this price in the 820s to the 8. There has been more shares bought there than any other number of this stock. And there was a lot bought down here in the 670s too, and 680s, 690s. and a fair amount bought down here at 604, 610, 11, and 12. Down here, 550, a lot of bought. And the low, 501. How many shares did they have at the low of the day? 501. How many shares did they have there? 2,700. And you know what? At 502, the price 502, there were no shares. At the low of the day, 501, there were only 2,700 shares. And then at the next price, 502, there were no shares at 502. And there were no shares at 503 available. And there were none at 504. And none at 505. And there were none at 506 and 507. And there was none at 508. There were no shares at 508 sold this morning, folks. 509 is the next we saw was 509. And they had at 509, they had 641 shares. But at the low of 501 today, ladies and gentlemen, they had only 2,700 shares. Interesting that they had 2,700 at 501 when there were none at 502, none at 503, none at 504, none at 505, none at 506, none at 507, and none at 508. 641 at 509, people. All right. That's the manipulation. That's the manipulation 101. And the price is now at 796. 796, and the bid is 795. The ask is 796 on this stock. And the stock that I'm talking about is JEM. Here's the chart. JEM. And notice that on the long term moving averages, the longest term is rising. That's the 200-day rising. The 50-day red is rising. The blue 45-day is up above the rising 50 and it's gaping away from it. The 10-day moving average is rising. And the 5-day moving average is rising all dang day. All of these rising. The only thing not rising is right now the shortest term day trade, 5 days. That's the only one that's flat. The rest are all rising, 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 rising. All rise. Don't be disguised. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled by the great deceivers. And don't be fooled by the great deceivers that would make you think that 766 isn't a great number to buy, because it is, and they're buying it there. And I just bought it 769, now 771. Now the price is at 774. And now the price is at 774 again still. And I don't perceive there's going to be many shares here because there never have been all day long. And I don't think there's going to be many here now. So I'm going to keep buying. And I just bought at 781, and I'm going to buy again here now at 781 again. And again, I look over here and I see virtually nothing in this region ever before. And I don't think it will stay there now. So I'm buying at 767, 768. And I'm buying right now JEM. JEM is the stock I'm trading today. And I'm happy to be buying around the 766 price. for at least another 5 minutes, maybe, and then it'll be right on off, I think. Like I said, I've never seen a lot of shares here at this price all day. I haven't seen them have much here to hand out. So I don't presume it's going to stay here now. There we go. I saw a lot of being held out here at the 880, 820s, and 810s. That is a lot there. But this is nothing down here. This is nothing. They've never had it and they don't have it now. So I'm buying here at 770, 766. And I just picked up a 761, which is even sweeter. And I happen to know that they haven't had any shares here today. There we go. You can see over here how few shares they've had. You can see how few shares they've had here already today. So very few here now. Yep, and up she goes, folks. And I'm picking it up here now at 763. Yep. And I have a lot of dry powder, as you might imagine. 747. Very nice. I just bought 747, folks. And it's already jumped 30 cents back up. I bought 747 and I'm back up 30 cents. Now I'm at 797. I'm 50 cents higher than I just bought it for. Oh my gosh, look at this thing rocket, folks. Oh my gosh. This thing has rocketed, folks. Dang. And it's just a sense of right here, just get what you can under $8 while you can. Yeah. And I just filled at 798 and I just got it at 797 and now it's 804 and now I'm going to sell 806, 807, 808. I'm going to sell at 811, 813. I'm going to sell. Oh yeah, I'm selling up here. Yes, I am. Because I know how they're going to manipulate this thing. Keep buying these little rundowns, just their favorite numbers, 782, 783. That's good numbers to buy. 787 is a great number to buy. Yep, 786. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Never again have they had many shares in this region. They haven't had a lot here. They've never had a lot here, so that's why I'm buying here. Not to mention, I know they love to buy the 782 and 83. Now she's going right on up. And here we go, folks. Now I want you to start selling. I want you to sell 797, 798, 799, and $8. Okay. And I'm going to show you how to lower your dollar cost average. My dollar cost average on this stock is $8.38 right now. I'm going to write it down. Right now, it's 8:38 at 1:49 p.m. 8:38 at 1:49 p.m. And as you can see, I'm purchasing here and I'm trying to get as close to 782 as I can. 782, 783. I know that that is a great number to buy. And I just sold 798. Yes, I just sold 798 and 79, 799. Now I'm going to sell 803, 802, 801. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Watch how we do this. And we're selling here just 20 shares at a time. And when I get up to 808, now I'm selling 200 at a time. When I get to 808, I'm going to be selling 200 at a time. LHAI halted. Holy cow, look at the drop on INFL after they announced a reverse split. Wow. Man, I tell you, those things can be devastating. I know. Now I'm going to be buying 20 shares at a time, coming in 786, 87, 88, 89, and 90, 91, and 92. Okay. And the stock I'm trading here is JEM. JEM. And I'm going to be trading here and I'm going to be down selling at 801, 803, 805. I just sold 811. Yep. Now I'm going to sell 820. I'm going to sell 200 at 819, 200 at 822, 200 at 827, 200 at 829, 200 at 830. And I just sold 200 at 812 and 814. And right now I am trading the stock JEM. Here it is on the chart. JEM, as I showed everybody a little bit ago, every single long-term average moving up, 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 every one of them. And now let's look at the 5-day. Do you see there? The 5-day chart? Why did they just try to drop the 5-day moving average to that line right there? Why? What's the big deal with that line right there? What's the big deal with that line right there? I never saw it stop there. I never saw it stop there. I never saw it stop here. Why did it decide to come down and stop right there with that 200-day rising at a ever higher pitch now? Look at the 50-day rising. Look at the 50 and 45 making 90-degree turn right there, folks. Look at that. I'm telling you, man, this is it right now. Watch the candlestick. Watch the candlestick. Trying to yank it down. And I'm buying there. I just bought it, those numbers, when they tried to get that candlestick down just then there. I just bought those. I just bought those. You can hear my ringer just ringing off the hook there, just buying there. Yep. Now I'm going to raise up my buy orders here. And yes, of course, they're going to drop the price below my dollar cost average, 1 penny below. And now I get to get my orders at 782 and 783. Whoa, whoa, I got 200 share orders there. Hold on, hold on, hold on. No, 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 just 20 share, 20 share, 20 share. Man, I almost No, I sell in 200 shares. I just bought it 786 there. Very nice. 786. 20 shares at 786, 787. Let's try 788. And I just got the 786, 787, and 788. Let's go in again at 786. And the cool part about this is I've just lowered my dollar cost average down below $8. I'm at 7.99 now. And if they're going to go for 766 one more time, I'm in. And I'll thank you for that 775. Yep, and 775 again. Thank you. That was the last call for those, baby. That's the last call for 775s. And there she goes, right on back up now. And the stock I'm on is JEM. JEM. They did have a couple 777s for me just then, which I'm grateful for. But now even those are gone. But I did get a 778, another 777, a 776, and a 775. And quite frankly, that's very good because they've never had diddly squat down here before. And I just picked up a 772. And that's it, folks. 772 was the lowest I could get. And now she's exploding to the upside. And there she goes, folks. And there she goes. She's blowing over my DCA, and I'm up $475. I just sold 801. Now I'm going to sell 807 and 808. And I'm up $360 on this position now. And it's JEM. JEM. Market makers, it looks like all they're trying to do is hold it here under $8. And I understand that. The options players don't want to be paying out over $8. But man, the buyers are coming in here, folks. You've already got 462,000 at $8. I mean, that's a lot of confidence in that thing there. As a matter of fact, it's the most confidence of the day. There's no other number any higher than that number. That's right. 465,000 at $8 is the biggest number bought today. There's no other number larger than that number. $8. 465,000 that they dumped out there earlier. You can see it, folks. On that 465,000, look how many of them they dumped out. They already dumped out there, folks, all those shares. And now there's none left to be dumped. There's none left to be dumped there. Humpty Dumpty dumped them on the wall. Humpty Dumpty gave them away all. Humpty Dumpty kept dumping them out until Humpty Dumpty friggin' flat ran out. There's your last buy at 798. That's it, folks. And now you're going to sell here. Sell it, Mortimer. Just sold 804. There you go. Sell them, people. Humpty Dumpty trying to sit here at 796. Forget about it. 795, 796, 797, 798. Those are buy numbers. They've already got their $474,008 that they've dumped out, like they got a tree there they can keep printing them off of. Now I'm selling. I just sold 807. Now I'm going to sell 807, 808, 809. After I buy the 794s and 792s that I'm buying here. Oh, this is so easy and so predictable. So predictable, folks. So predictable of these market makers. And then I'm going to sell them again up here at 805, 806. I'm going to sell them again. I'm going to sell them over again. And nothing they can do to stop me. Nothing they can do to stop me. And I just sold 801, 801, 801. And I just bought 786, 786. Isn't that great? And now they're letting me buy 766s after I just sold 600 shares at 801. Wow. Fabulous, folks. And my dollar cost average is now down to 779. What are they going to do now? They let me drop my DCA to 779. Jeez. Nice. And they just gave me a few more shares at 772, which is fabulous. Thank you for the 764s, the 766s. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd really like to get some 755s, but I know that's all you can come up with, and I appreciate it. Thank you for all the 766s just then. Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me drop my dollar cost average down to 778 now. I appreciate that very much. And I thank you for the number that you love to buy, 766. I'm so grateful for it. And then I guess that's all I'm going to get is 766, folks. I guess they flat ran out, folks. They dang sure did. They just run out of them at 766, folks. Now the only thing you can muster up is a 768 and a 767 for you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, look at them drive it up, folks, over my DCA. But they're going to try and sit 2 cents below me before they do. Or right on my DCA. There we go. Oh, yeah. Look at all those 768s. Thank you. Well, you're some real mighty rustlers, is what you are. Yeah. Hey, I got a lot of cash here, Shorty. I got a boatload of cash here to spend. And that fact is, you don't have crap down here. There you go. Beautiful. I see how many you've already dumped out here at 756 and 755. I see all the shares you've dumped out there already. Meaning for somebody, you dumped them there for somebody to buy them up. You dumped them there for somebody to buy up earlier. Now you're trying it again. And I just bought 740, 740, 740, 740. Who'd you hook up with to run it down to that number? 2:05 p.m., folks. I wonder how high this thing's going to go now. Well, I just got a bunch of 740 share orders. I know that. Sure did. Now they're going to oblige me with some 746s and 745s, 736s even. Nice. Well, what they don't know is that I've already sold so many shares and made so much cashola today that I got a bunch of cash here. Unfortunately, I got a bunch of cash for these rundowns. And I mean that, unfortunately, for the shorts. And I can assure you, they don't give a rat's ass about $7.44. They don't. They don't care about it. It's not a real number to them. It's not a real concern other than a place to buy up 738s, 739s with Catfish. That's why I'm sitting here with so many dang orders at 738, folks. I know they love that number. I know they love this number too, 733. I wonder why it's not gotten halted. Why haven't they halted it, folks? I tell you why they haven't halted it, because they're going to run it back up. That's why. That's why they haven't halted it. The reason they haven't halted this stock is because they want to run it back up now, and they don't want to get it halted. They want to get it, the 733s they just bought, and then run that thing through the freaking roof before anybody even realizes what they've done. They don't want to halt it. They don't want it halted. Nope. They want to accumulate here. And one of their favorite numbers, 738. Look on my buy sell sheet and you'll see this number, folks, right here. Right here. The number's there. Buy back 737, 738, 739. In this case, it's just not an arbitrary number. I know this is a number to buy. And look how many they bought here. 211,000 they just bought at 738, folks. And they're giving me the 31s now. Nice. I got a 31 and a 33 there. I wonder, is there anybody thinks this price can go back up over $8 before the close? Anybody at all think this could go back up over $8 before the close? I'll tell you what, I dang sure believe that. Especially seeing how they've manipulated this dang thing all day long, seeing how they've done it. Suckers have let me get my dollar cost average down to their favorite number to buy, though, unfortunately, 766. Now, we've already seen a lot lower than this price today, folks. We've seen a lot lower than this. And of course, I'm going to come in at 708. Boy, as hard as they've come after this thing all day long, there we go. Got a 708 right there. Can you believe that, Savannah, that they've driven this thing down now to 708? And I just bought it at 698 a share. I just got it at 698. And now it's at 702. 696 is the lowest I could get it. It's already been down to as low as 501 today. It's been down to 501. And I told everybody about this stock earlier. I said, you don't know how far they can make this thing fall. They can make this thing fall so far. They've already done it several times. And I warned everybody about it today to let them know how far they could drop this, that they could make it fall as far as they wanted to. And you had no control over it. And here they are now. Coincidentally, Savannah at 688. 688 at 212. And the stock is still up 72%. And I told you all they could take it all the way down to 0% up before the end of the day. Now, I am buying it here at 696. And I just bought it at 688 and 688 several times because that's what I'm going to do to make money on this stock now. And I bought a lot of shares at 688 just then. And fortunately, I have a lot of cash even still left to be buying here. So I'm going to get some more at 688 as long as I can. And as much as I know about those that are manipulating this stock, man, they got their numbers, folks. And this is one of them that they love. And I'm very well aware of that. And so I just filled my coffers at 688, just like they just did. And now they're done. We're filling now at 691. So all the 688s got dished out, doled out, passed out, thrown out. And now I'm filling at 691s and 692s until those are all gone. And now I'm filling at 697 until those are all gone. And there's your last 693 buy from me right there. And now I'm getting 697s. And not surprised at all to see this activity around this stock. And I'm seeing it right now trading 692. And I got another 686 right there. And I got a 689. And the stock right now is up 72%, up 72.61, now up 73.3. And now it is up 73.3. Now it is up 73.3. Now it's up 73.5. Up 72.92. I'll buy there. Now it is up 72.05. Now it's up 72.80. Now up 71 something. Now up 72. Now up 73. Now up 71, and I just filled at 686. And now it is up 70%. Now up 69%. Now again up 70. Up 71. Up 70. And I'm filling at 673 a share. Now 680. Now 690. Now 715. Now 715. Now 708. Now 709. Now up 704 I'm filling. 704 once again I just filled. And now 703 is filled. And now a 701. And a very concerted effort here to try to hold this under $7, you can see. So I'm going to keep filling here at 692 if I can. And then I'm going to sell 7. And I'm going to sell 702 and 705. And my dollar cost average is at 740 right now. And I'm just buying 20 at a time. And I just picked up a 688. Now we're back up to 7. And you can see this thing is all over the place. Now we're back up over 7. I just sold 701, 702. I sold 703. I sold 705. I sold 705. Now I'm going to be coming in 20 at a time. 693, 694, 95, 690. Yep. And I just picked up a 695. And I just got 692. That's good. Try and buy some 688s. Good, good, good. Got 687s there, 687s. Now you know why I just got these selling up there at 704, 705, 200 shares at a time. I'm just trying to catch every breath this thing takes now. Every pullback. And there's a whole bunch of shares I just bought at 679 and 680. And the stock I'm trading is JEM, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trading JEM. JEM. Here it is on the chart. JEM. Heavily, heavily, heavily being sold against. But then again, not really heavily because they started out heavy, but now they're lightening up. They're lightening up, lightening up, lightening up the cells, lightening up on the cells. And that's why I'm trying to buy here now because they just lightened up on the cells. Yeah, they're still trying to sell it though, but it just sought over 692. I just bought it 685, 684, and they've already visited 682 and 83 three times now here this afternoon. And this makes the fourth time they've tried to get that, and it just bounced right off that stuff. This is the fourth time they've tried to get buys at 682 this afternoon and 677. There we go. I got two at 677. And this is probably the third time they've gone for 666 and 660 in the this afternoon. I know we've seen this several times. JEM Jayhawk called this out this morning, said this would be a wild and crazy day trader. And man, was he right. Look at that. Last chance to buy 666 on it this afternoon, folks, right now. Last call for 666. And I just filled at 660, 660, 660. And I'm lucky enough to be able to still have some powder dry to buy these 660 shares. And I already told you guys earlier today, you have no idea how far they could drop this price. Whoever's manipulating this stock, they have major, major control. and they can make it go up and down at their leisure. I told you that. I warned you about that, everyone. And you can see what they've done with it today. They've done whatever they wanted with it. And when they get to the bottom, it can be an artificial bottom, right? It absolutely can. You think you're at the bottom, and then they take it even deeper. Then you think that's the bottom, and they take it even deeper. Then you think that's the very bottom. There's no way it's going. Well, it does. They can make it go as low as they want. And I told you this stock that was up over 130%, they could make it be 0% up at the end of the day. That's what I said. They can make this thing be 0% up by the end of the day. When it was up 130%, I told you that. They could make it up 0% at the end of the day. I've seen them do it. A stock that mysteriously keeps trading even though it doesn't have the shares to trade. But, well, I've seen them do it. And here I am again buying at the same numbers, 631 and 633. Yep. Buying at the same low I was an hour ago, 631 and 633. Well, they absolutely love that. They love those numbers, 631, 633. Now we're at 636. Yep. 632. Thank you. 624. What are you going for? Low. What's the low you're going for here? 620. I wonder what the designated low before they run it up is going to be. 613, 606, or is that it? 620. Ah, I guess that was it. 620, folks. Nope, they're going for 613 right now. Well, that's it, folks. That's it. They just ran it all the way down to this is JEM is the stock. Right there it is. They took it right down to the 200-day average, folks. They took it exactly to the 200-day. Right there, right then is where I bought it. Right on that 200-day average. And by the way, this morning they were down here earlier, 496. 496, folks. And when they got it down to 496, look at the buyers that came in and bought this thing up. Look at all the buyers that came in when they ran it down the last time into this range where they were at the 200-day average when they were down here. Look at all the buyers that came in. And here they are again on the 200-day average, right on the 200 again. I just bought it 591, 582. I just picked up. And again, why aren't they halting this? They halted it so many times when it was rising and we were making money on it. But why don't they halt it when they get it down here to 585, for gosh sakes, and 572? Who's holding the bag now? Who's not halting it? Who's letting these guys run it down as low as they can without stopping it? Because it's a shake and bake, baby. It's a drop and then a pop. That's why. And I just filled at 587, 587, 588, now 590. Now just filled at 589. But who's not stopping it? Who's not halting it? Who's letting it just keep going and going and going down? Who doesn't care about society anymore and public trading? Who doesn't care? The same ones that halted it when it started rising and it went up 25 and 30 cents. Yep. Someone's not halting it here, folks. Someone apparently doesn't care anymore. Let them just have their way. Let them just have their way with the retailers now. Let them just take them to the cleaners. Let them just do whatever they want. Well, who cares anymore? Only when it starts rising will we halt it now. Yep, only when it rises like it's doing now are we going to halt this thing. Only as it rises can it now be halted. And we will do that because we're not going to want to let any retailers get taken advantage of. Last call for 584, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for 582 and 83. Last call for 582 and 83. The low of the day, 501. The low of the day, 501. And now we're getting able to pick up some shares that we're selling for $11 a share. We sold them over $11 a share. And now we can buy back at 566 after selling at $11. Now, you guys all know I've been paper moneying this account all day long. I have not bought one share of this stock with my real account because they wouldn't let me do it. But now, ladies and gentlemen, they just had the last shares of 566. Thank you for participating. Thanks for playing along with the game. 566 shares being sold now and 562. I know that sounds hard for us all to believe, but that's what someone is doing. Selling shares at $5.60 after they bought them and sold them at 11. They were selling at 11. $11 a plus per share. We sold these stocks that we're now buying back at 562 a share. And we sold them at 11 freaking bucks a share. And now we get to buy them back at $5.33 a share. 533, folks. The stock that we just sold today at $11 a share earlier. 2 hours ago, $11 a share, we sold it. And now we're having the ability to buy it back at $5.23 a share, which I just bought. And now I bought it at 528. And now I bought it at 530. And now I bought it at 532. And now I bought it at 525 a share. And at 501 is the low of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I showed you earlier at 501, they only had 2,700 shares, and there were no shares at 502, no shares at 503, no shares at 504, no shares at 505, no shares at 506, and no shares at 507, no shares at 508, and no shares, only 640 at 509. So you just be aware of that. I just bought at 504. And I think they've halted it at 507. And the bid is now $5 and the ask is 507. And they halted it, folks, because why? It was already down to 501 earlier today, where they only had 2,700 shares. Why would they halt it now at 236? Man, they could halt this to 2:50 p.m. The bid now is $5, the ask 507. Well, I already showed you guys earlier today, right over here, at the lowest price of the day, 501, they had 2,700 shares, and there were no shares at 502, none at 503, none at 504, none at 505, none at 506, 507, 508, 509 saw 641 shares. So why would they halt it here now? So they can make some more shares to sell? Why would they halt it here? This morning, they never had a single share until 509, 508, 507, 506, 505, 504, 503, 502, 501. 2,700 shares at 501, the low today. The low today. Ruth says it's hard for me to understand how being down 26,000 on the day is making money, though. It always surprises me to hear that. Well, it shouldn't surprise you to hear that because number one, as I told everybody here earlier today, this is a paper money account that I'm trading with here. Unfortunately, I have a lot of green stuff left in it. I still have powder, dry powder, but the thing of it is, Ruth, you have to understand. I told everybody and showed everybody I can't buy this stock with my regular account. I tried and it wouldn't let me buy it. It said you had to call a broker, so I didn't buy any of this with my regular account. This is all paper money, and also be aware that this is a very interesting scenario where they've run this price down now to the low of the day almost, and they halted it. But as I just pointed out, they've never had any shares for sale at 508, 507, 506, 505, 504, 503, 502. And only at 501 did they have 2,600 shares for sale. So it sort of makes me wonder, why are they halting it here at 507? Why are they halting it at 507? I'm curious. They never had any shares at 507 before, none to sell. Now all of a sudden, look at all these sell orders at 507. When earlier today, when it was down to this price, there were no sell orders there. None, not a single share. None at 507, oh 06, oh 05, oh 04, oh 03, oh 02, and only to 601 or 501 was there any shares for sale. So we'll see what happens right now when the market gets rolling again here. But notice also, this stock is still up 27% on the day. It's still up 27% on the day. And we've already seen how these market makers have influenced this stock in a huge way today. We've already seen how much they've been able to run it around and pull it up and down any way they want. And hot dang, man, this thing is taking off. I guess I'm not going to get any 508s, 513s. Holy smokes. Look at this sucker. What in the world? Are they going to halt it again now? This is absolute ludicrous. Ludicrous. Oh my God. Ridiculous. Look at that thing fly. And then everybody wants in now to buy it. And they said, oh, let's halt it. Oh, we got to halt it at 566, people. We can't let it go over 66. Got to halt it at 566, folks. This is absolute proof of how the manipulation works, folks. They couldn't let it go over their sacred 566 number, for gosh sakes. And the bid now is 565 and the ask is 566. It's all rigged. It's rigged, rigged, rigged. I guess I'm not going to get to buy anymore down here at 520. I guess those are all gone. All those fake shares are gone. They've never had any shares from here, from 566 all the way up to 603s, where we're going next, folks, and beyond. And beyond. Oh, don't let it go over there, 566. Now, it can fall through 566 and drop all the way down to 508, and we don't give a shit. But don't let it go over 566. What a joke. Look at all the buyers that were buying that 565 too. Look at all the buyers buying that, man. And they said, "Oh, no, no, no. Hold it a minute here. The raping can't end here," they said. "Let's rape them some more. Halt it." Now, I'm going to start selling shares here 100 at a time at 577, 582, 586, 87, and 88. I'm going to sell 592, 93, 597, 98, 99. I'm going to sell $6, 606, 607, 608. I'm going to sell 611 and 613. I'm going to sell 614, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's right. I'm going to sell 619 and 620. Then I'm going to buy back at 588 after that, or 582, or 577. That's what I'm going to do after this halt ends. I'm selling up to $6.20. And I'll also sell 622, 624, 625. and I'll sell 629 and 630 and 631 and 32 and 33. That's right. I'm going to sell all those numbers when this halt ends. That's my call, to sell all those numbers when this halt ends. All right. Why would they halt it at 565? The bid now is 565. The ask is 566. Good luck, shorts. This thing's going to rise. And I'm going to try to buy it at 555. And I'm going to try and buy it at 543 and 544. And let's cut it loose now. Let's go. Got an hour and 15 minutes for this thing to trade. Let's let it run. Let it take its course. Don't step in here, SEC or whoever you are that is monopolizing this. Here we go. And I just sold 577. And I just sold 584. And I just bought 547. Nice, huh? Now I'm going to sell 566 and 560. I'm going to be using my buy sell sheet all afternoon. And I'm going to lower my dollar cost average, which right now my DCA is at $6.85. And I just sold 565 and 566 at 2:47 p.m. By the way, uh, you might want to notice my dollar cost average was 838 a share at 149. Now it's at 685 at 247. And I just sold 606. I just sold 606, 607, 608, 606. The buyback should be coming in right now at 577. I just sold 606 again, 607, 608. The buy should be coming in at 582, 583, 584, 586, 87, 88 right now. And now I'm selling up here, folks. And I just filled at 586 on the buyback. Just got a 584 on the buy, 576 on the buy. Trying to buy 580. Just got 572, 572. Now looking for 565, 566, 569, 570. Just got a 567 buy. Thank you, market makers. Just got a 571 twice. Thank you. Just got a 564. And now I'm looking for 550s here. Nice. 547. 542s. Beautiful, beautiful. Woo! 539s. Nice. Now let's come up here sell some 560s, sell some 566s, 567s, 572, 573s. Here they go. It's going to run right now. JEM. Here's the chart. JEM. This is the chart on it right now. JEM. This is the 1 day chart. JEM. There's your one drop. There's your second drop. And here's your third drop. Now you look at that line. This is JEM, folks. Look at that 5 day line drop right to there and stop and go up. Then it rises again and it comes down and it touches below it, just barely below it. And then the green comes in to start buying there. Okay, the green comes in there. There they come in. They're coming in on that again. And trade here. And I just bought 525. And I just sold in the 560s, folks. Now I'm buying at 519. Now I got a 526. Time now is 2:51. And I already know they never had any shares here earlier today at 501. There were zero shares. There were zero shares here at that price. And so I'm buying right here where there were no shares earlier today. There were no shares here. You can see there were no shares, no shares, no shares, no shares, no shares. And there are none now either at 501, 502, 503. And look at it jump right back up to 518 because there were no shares here earlier today in this price range. Not a single freaking one was available here in the 406s to 501. And there are none available now either, folks. Not for very long, in my opinion. Yep. They've never had diddly squat down here. All day long, they've had nothing, nothing at all at this price. And there she went, right back over three, just like that. And there we got some 290, 478s, got some 479s, 488s there. And there's no shares here, folks. There's nothing to hold it down. There's never been any shares bought and sold here all day. There's nothing to hold it here. Nothing's going to hold it down. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Nothing's going to hold it down here. There haven't been any shares here all day long for sale. And the stock is still up 23%. I told you guys earlier today they could make this thing, even though it was 130% up, they could make it go down to where it was none up, that it was in the negative. I told you that. Whoever's manipulating this stock has the power to do that. To make it go red, I told you, they could make it go red. I told you that earlier today. They could make this stock go red that's up 130%. And I just bought it at 466 a share. And I'm doing it because I can. And they just halted it, I think, at 462. And I think it's interesting how they halted this thing when it was rising to 566 a share. And from that number, they were able to take it down while it was rising and hit 566 where they halted it to 462, folks. They've allowed it to run down $1.04 from 462 from 566 where they halted the stock because it was going up. Isn't that amazing? I'm glad you're all able to watch this today with me and see how this works. How do you like that? The price was at the low of the day. We bought it all up. It started to rise. It went all the way up to 566 a share, and they halted it at 566. And now, mysteriously, everybody that was running it up to 566 and buying the crap out of it all of a sudden stopped, and it started selling all the way down to 462. Isn't that a mystery? And now the bid on it is $4 and the ask is 462. It is absolutely ridiculous. This marketplace, so corrupt. I tell you, man, it doesn't get any deeper than this shit right here, folks. When you see them halt the stock going up to 566, and then somehow or another it drops to 462 after that. Man, I tell you what, the power of the people in control. And unfortunately, I told you that this stock that was up 130% this morning, I said to you they could make it fall and fall and fall and fall and fall. And don't doubt how high they can, how much they can make it fall. And I already showed you because I showed you the charts on it already, how much they'd manipulated this stock already on the 5-day chart. It's ridiculous. And I told you, somebody's got big time control over this stock. Someone that can make it, number one, start out here and jump all the way from $1.84 up to 576, and then the power to pull it from 576 back to the 50-day at 305, and from 305 take it all the way up to 1295, and from 1295 down to 851, $5 down, $3 up, $5 down, $4 up, $7 down, $9 up, and $11 down. And I'm telling you, folks, I already told you this morning, whoever has control of this stock, they have major big pockets to make this happen with. Yep. And I mean, they are using everything to get this 5-day down to the 200 right here. The 5-day down to the 200 as we speak. Well, you don't have to be sorry for it. Some of us were smart enough and sold it when it was up here in the 11s. So you don't have to apologize because we bought it down here in the morning when it was in the 6s and we sold it in the 11s, Jayhawk. You don't have to be upset about that. Most of the people that are with me that are trading, they heard me tell them flat out, sell this now. I told you, everybody, yesterday the same thing on that other one. When it got to the high, I said, sell it now. You need to be selling it now. But you heard me tell you right then when it got to that high, I said, folks, I just sold in the 11. I just sold 1108. I'm selling 1109, 1113, 1111. I'm out. I'm out. Get out, get out, get out. And then I told you, you don't know how far they're going to drop it. Whoever's got control of this stock, they can really make it move. They can make it move in no time, I said. They can drop this thing so fast. No, I don't. I do not believe you should sell now. I don't believe that one bit. But I do know one thing: you should have sold in the 11s when I was selling. All right, here we go, folks. Let's get in on this. And I'm going to try and buy it at the low. I'd like to buy it at 455, 456. We already know they had buy orders in at 403, I guess, or some stupid number. So I just bought it at $4.33, 438. I just bought it at 438. And now I'm going to show you how to day trade this stock. And I'm going to sell 400 right up here. And I'm going to lower my dollar cost average. You're going to watch me lower it, folks. My dollar cost average is 656 right now. And that is at 3:01 p.m. All right. Now, I want you to notice I've already dropped my dollar cost average on this stock from 6. I started at 838 and now I dropped it to 685 and that was at 247 and now I've dropped it to 656 at 3:01. Okay? So just watch how this works, folks. You'll figure this out. I'm sure you'll figure this out. All right, we're going for 20 shares here at 410, 412, 413, 420. And I'm getting it down here now at 407, 408, I hope. Dadgummit, man. Man, they just missed my 407 and 408 orders. And they're not buying any, they're not filling any of my orders down here that are 411, 12, and 13. That pisses me off. So now I'm going into buy market only. Sons of bitches. All those orders I had down there, not one of them filled on, not one of them filled for me because I knew they were going to come down to those numbers. There we go. I just got a 394. I just got a 395, 392, 391. Lord, give me a 388 here. 391 is as low as I could get. I think they've halted it again. They've halted it again. And the bid is now 390 and the ask is 392. So from here we're going to rise, folks, with the bid 390, the ask 392. We should rise here. Yep. The bid is 390, the ask is 392. The bid is 390, the ask is 392. And they have made it red now, just like I said. They got it down 1%, folks. They actually made it down red 1%. And I told you they would. I told you they might try to that. Take it red. I said from 130% up, they could make it fall 130%. And they did. They just got it in the red. It just went red. Man, what a powerful market makers controlling this stock. Man, that's powerful right there. Why this line though? 541. I wonder why they wanted that line so bad. Why that line? Go back and look at the 20-day chart. That line's never meant anything to them before. That line right there. That's never meant a single thing to them. Why did they want to get the 5-day average down to that line right there? And even this line here, it's never meant anything to them either, where they're sitting now. Right there. Just kiss that ET, baby. Right there. I'm looking at it, folks, and I see a stop right there once, a stop right there once. I see a stop right there once. I'm wondering, why did they decide to come to this line? Why did they decide to come to that line? What was it that took them to that line right there just now? I don't see any relevance to the past, that number. I don't. And I don't see it on this one either at all. I do not see it. Well, actually, now I do. This line that they just achieved, you come over here and look at this line right there. Look at that. There's the stopper before. Right there, ladies and gentlemen, is where they stopped that blue 5-day from rising any further. Right there, that number. Let's look at the 1-day again. There it is. Right there, where they've got that 5-day average to, right there, stopping right there. And that price is at $4.19. 419, 420, let's say. 419, 420. 419, 420. And when you come out and take a look at the 20-day chart, do you see that number? Not over here, you don't, but you see it right there. You see them stop it on that line right there. This is where they are now. Right here is where the 5-day is now. I'd never seen it stop there before. And I just filled at 379. Ah, there we go. Oh, thank you for a 396 there. Now listen, folks, I'm only gonna be buying small amounts here. And now we're gonna rise, and there she goes. And we're gonna sell 430. We're gonna sell 433. Well, why not? The ones I just bought at 397, why not sell them at 438? There we go. I just sold 444, and now I'm going to sell 449, and I'm going to sell 455, and I'm going to sell 465 and 66. My buy orders are coming up now to 398. I just sold 449. Yep, I just sold 449. Now I'm going to sell 455. I'm going to sell 444. There she goes. I just sold 461. Now I'm going to sell 477 and 472. My dollar cost average has now dropped to 642 a share. It just went from 656 down to 642. And that is at 3:10 p.m. All right. So I've dropped it 14 cents in 9 minutes. All right. Now I'm going to sell 100 at 444, 448, 449, 452, 454, and 455. And I'm going to try to buy back here 20 shares at 413, 418, 419, and 420. I'm also going to try to buy 422. Yep. There we go. Coming exactly where I thought they would. And I just picked it up at 422 just then. Now I'm trying to buy 420. And I like to get 408, 409, 411. And I just picked up some 418s right there. 418s. And now I'm looking for 412. I just missed a 413 there. Trying now for 415 and 416. And I just bought 407, 407, 407, 404. Very nice. Got some 407s and 404s there. Now I'm going to sell those at 420. 419, 417. I just bought at 389. Let's try some 382, 383. There you go. Look at all the sellers trying to sell 386 there, folks. Cell phone farming it. 386. 386, folks. I guess they halted it just now at 386. Why? It was already down to 376, you morons. Why are you going to halt it at 386? Is it going up? Is that why? It starts to go up from 376 to 386 and that's 10 cents up and it has to be halted, huh? All righty. I guess I'll buy that for the reason. Halted at 386 even though it already hit 376. That's right. It dropped to 376, then it rose to 386 and they halted it. I know it. It doesn't seem to make much sense. And now the bid is 385 and the ask is 386. Why in the world are you halting this here at 386? when we already had a low of 376? I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out this what they're doing. I'm trying to figure it out. I sure as heck see the one time drop to that line and then the second time drop to that line. But over here, I saw a lower drop and you didn't halt it there. So why are you halting it here now at a higher number? Why are you halting it here at a higher number? This person says, call me crazy, but if your average is 6 plus, why would you still be holding this? They could liquidate this and send this back to Pennyland. Uh, well, they've already liquidated it. They've already had it. We sold it at over the $11 price range. We sold it over $11 today already, and sold every share of it. I sold every share of it when it was over $11. I'm only down on the new position. On my old position, I made a boatload of money on this morning. So now I'm just watching them manipulate it. And I told everybody when we sold it in the 11s, I said, you don't know how far they could drop this. They could take it into the red, I told everyone. When we sold it in the 11s and 12s, it was up 130%. And I said, folks, you don't know this stock like I know this stock. They can make this thing fall now all the way to red from 130 up. They could run it all the way into the red. And they did. That's exactly what they did. It's now down 2.7% on the day, and it was 130, 140% up this morning. But I like buying the lows like this right here. That's what I'm here for. That's my name, Catfish. I buy the low. So I'm trying to pick up the low, and I already did pick up the low. I bought it when they had it down at 30. When they just hit the low there at 374, I bought it. 374, 375, 376, I bought it. 377, I bought it. 378, I bought it. But I'm day trading it too. So I wish they just let it go, though. I wish they'd stop halting the damn thing. Just let it do what it's going to do. They don't give a crap about anybody when it falls from all the way up here at 10 and $11, falls to 9.15. They don't halt it. Then it falls from 9.15 down to 7.95, and they don't halt it. Halts from 7.95 down to 5.43. From 543, it falls to 411. From 411, here they are trying to just keep whittling it down with shares that are limitless, I guess. One thing I'd like to look at is JEM over here. I want to do this JEM. JEM. How many shares of this stock are there? Shares outstanding 1.41 million. 1.41 million shares outstanding. And 55% of the stock is held by insiders. 55% held by insiders. And how many would that be? This company is located in Hong Kong, apparel retail. 707 Cayman Holding Limited, AIA Financial Center, 5th floor, 712 Prince Edward Road East, Sanpo, Hong Kong. And there are the payrolls on this company are not real high. All right. So how many shares? This stock has 1.41 million. How many has it shared? Oh, it's traded 60 million today. They've got 1.41 million, but it's traded 60 million somehow. Huh. 1.41 million, but it's traded 60 million shares today. The average volume is 2,782,000, but today it had to trade, JEM had to trade 60 million shares, even though there are only 1.41 million shares available. How do you like that? 1.41 million shares available. 1.41 million shares available. And yet they still have somehow at 326 no shares, none at 327, none at 328, none at 329, none at 330. You know what? I can't see anything here. I don't know why this isn't working. I'm going to log off here. I want to see some numbers down here. I want to see some numbers down here. And I'm going to go to, hold on a second here, Thinkorswim. And I'm going to log in here on Thinkorswim. I want to see numbers. I don't know why they're not doing it. And here we go. It says it's installing updates, folks. So just hold on a moment. There we go. And uh, let me get logged on here. All right. And we are logging in on Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. All right, here we go. So how many shares have they had at 321? 27,996. And at 322, 7,500. At 323, they had 10,000. At 324, they had 10,000. At 325, they only had 8,368. At 1026, they had 57,000. At 327, they had 23,000. So they've still got shares here. And I just bought at 313 a share. 313, ladies and gentlemen, I'm buying here. And I'm quite concerned about how they could even have any friggin' shares left here to sell at all, period. To be honest with you. I find it a little disturbing that there's supposed to only be 1.41 million shares available of this stock, folks. 1.41 million shares available of this stock. And I just bought it at 317 and 316. And the time is 3:25 right now. And now it's time to start selling it. All right. So the ones I just bought at 313, I'm going to sell at 333. And then I'm going to sell 338, 339, and 337. I'm going to sell those right now. And I'm going to be using my buy sell sheet, folks, is what I'm going to use here. So I just sold 100 at 334. And all these numbers are on my buy sell sheet. I'm going to be selling them here now. And I'm going to be trying to buy here 20 shares at a time coming in. And I just filled at 314 right there. And so therefore, I'm going to sell these shares that I'm buying at 314 at 334, 20 cents higher. That's where I'm going to sell them now. 20 cents higher is where I want to sell these now at 334. And I believe I will be able to do that. And we'll see what happens here, whether we have it happen or not. And, well, there's certainly been very few shares down here for sale in these low three teens. There's been very, very few shares here. You're talking 16,000 right there, 17,000. And these are millions of shares that have traded today, folks. Millions. And meanwhile, you're talking about just tens of thousands down here being dumped out now, right here at the 3:30 mark of the day. And they're just dumping out such little quantities, folks, such small amounts they're selling. Such little amounts they're selling. And now I'm going to begin to sell here, folks, 100 shares at a time. And I'm just going to walk them down, and they're going to rise to me, and I'm going to sell these 100 at a time, folks. The ones that I just got through buying at $3.13. I'm going to start selling them here. And the question is, when will they turn off the flow of fake shares? When will they stop throwing out fake shares? How many fake shares can they have left? When will they shut the valve off? When will they close the fake share store? And I just filled at 297 and want to thank you very much for that. I'm going to pride myself on buying this stock at the very lowest price of the day, regardless of what it is. And I just got 297 again, 298, and that's it, folks. That was it. 292 was the low, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, and trying to buy 298 and 299 now. And I guess that was it. I guess they got the 299 buys and the 298s, 297s. And I guess that was all they were working for. They must have all been celebrating and popping the champagne. Celebrating, popping the champagne. And now all those I just bought at 292, I'm going to sell at 308, 311. I'm going to sell at 319, 320. I'm selling up here at 325. And my buy orders are going to be rising now. And here we go, folks. It's all over. There will be no more in the threes or the low threes. It appears they've run out of them, folks. And now we got ourselves a 30-minute power hour coming our way, folks. 30-minute power hour coming our direction. And I'm going to be selling 100 shares at a time. There's the last 308. And I did buy just now at 299. Nice. Woo! Nice. I tell you, they've really done a great job of manipulating this stock today. They have done a fantastic job. Jayhawk, you called it out that they were going to day trade. This would be a good day trader, and you were right. You were right. This is an awesome day trade stock today. $12 down to $2, folks. I just got into the 297, 98, 99 from $12, folks. And now I'm selling up here. And watch how fast this is going to rise. Do what they're doing, people. Lovely. And all those 292s I just bought, now I'm going to sell them here. Very nice. Very nice. I just sold 312, just sold 313. There you go. Out at 311. This is the stock I'm trading, Jayhawk. No, there's nothing to blame. There's nothing to blame. There's no blame game here. There's no blame game here. You got to hold the line, baby. These manipulators, they'll try everything under the sun, including running this down to just 292 where I just bought it. And but I'm smart enough to know to sell the 308, the 307 after I just bought the 292s. Hi, honey bunny. And I just sold 313. Very nice. Oh my gosh, I just sold the 320s. Now selling the 330s. What? Now sell 343 and 344. Sell 355. Sell 460. I'm sorry. Now we're going to sell here at 330, 337, 38. There we go. We're selling here. That's good. That's good. That's good. Sell those. There you go. And then that right back down to 311. Nice. Now I'm coming up here to buy 20 at 301. And they drop it back down to 284 now. Beautiful. And I just bought 282, 282, 282 again. I'm buying the low of the day, and they've halted it again. No, they haven't. Oh, they love that 282 number, folks. And I just bought a bunch at 287. Now we're going to sell 100 at 306, 307, 308. Nice. They let me buy another couple hundred there at 282 just then. That was sweet. And now we're going to sell 302, 301, sell 3, sell 299, 298. Just let them have them, folks. You just bought them at 282. The name of the game is lower your DCA, baby. Keep lowering that DCA. The last I looked at it was at 642, and now it's 568. So now I've lowered my DCA from 642 to 568, folks. And I just sold at 297. I just sold 298. Now I'm coming up to try to buy 288, 289, 290, 291, 292, and 293. And I believe most certainly they will try to bring it down to those numbers again, 292, 288, so they can hold it under $3 for the close today, which is what their intention is. And that's why, in fact, I keep selling these. And I just sold 310. And I'm going to sell 313 now. And I'm going to sell 317 and 319 and 320. Now I'm going to raise my buy order to 294. And I'm selling up here now. Selling 309, 308, 307. Just sold all those. Now I'm selling 312, 313, 314, 315. I just sold those. Now I'm selling 316. Now I'm selling 324, 325. I'm going to sell 329 and 330. Now I'm going to try to raise these buy orders. Coming up to 294, 295. We continue to sell here at 313s. There we go. We're going to be getting these out red. There they go. 313, 316, 317, 319, 320, 321. You want to sell here, folks. Now your buys are coming up. 294. And man, this thing can shoot up to friggin' $4 so fast right now, folks, you can make your eyes spin. And my dollar cost average now is $5.30 a share at 3:41 p.m. So now I've taken my dollar cost average from 839 at 1:49 p.m. to 685 at 2:47 to 656 at 3:01 to 642 at 3:10 to 568 at 3:25 and to 5:30 at 3:41. And now I'm going to come back down here and I'm going to keep selling these numbers that I know to sell on my buy sell sheet and buying back these numbers on my buyback sheet. And right now, I'd love to buy some 308. Try to buy, and I got a 306 right there. So thank you for whoever manipulated to that number. And I'm going to keep selling up here. And I'm going to sell 313, 312, 311, 310. And I just sold 309. And I just sold 310. And I just sold 311. Nope, not yet, but it will. We're bringing up the buys here to 295, 296. And I don't want to buy that big of an amount. I want to change those. I'm just buying 20 shares at a time here. 294, 295, 296. And why not? Let's go ahead and get that love number 297 that market makers just love to get down to for some reason right before they really launch something. And there it goes. 297s was it, 298s, 299s, and she's hasta luego, baby. And that's the end of that. That's the end of those numbers. We're going to sell now 308, 307, 306. And I just sold 307, 307. And now we're going to sell 308, 309, and 310. Waiting on the buys here at 297, 298, 299, $3. And I don't believe they're going to go any lower than that. And right now we're seeing a lot of orders coming in at 307 and 308. Even a 309 popped out there. So there I just sold 308, just sold 311, just sold 313, just sold 318, just sold 318, just sold 324, 325, 324, 325, 324, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, Very nice. Now we're going to bring up our buy orders. And I just sold 336. And I'm about to sell 343 and 344. I'm going to sell 337 here. There we go. I just sold 342, 343, 344. Now I'm going to sell 349, 350. I'm going to sell 354, 355, 353. And the buy orders I'm going to raise here now to 307, 308. Look at them drop it right down to that when I put those in. And here we go, folks. So now you want to sell 328. And I just bought it back at 308. That was beautiful. And my dollar cost average has now dropped down to 472 at 3:47 p.m. And I just dropped it from 530 to 472, 58 cents down. 58 cents drop. I hope you guys are learning something about how to bring down your DCA and how to keep selling on these numbers that you know are on the buy sell sheet. These numbers up here where I'm selling, they're on the buy sell sheet, folks. And that's all I keep doing is buying here, selling here, and buying these buybacks that are on my buyback sheet. I know where they're going to pull it back down to 307, 308. There you go. Perfect. That's great. I just got 308 twice because I know that they want that number. And I just sold at 328, 329, 330. Trying for 306s now. We got 12 minutes left till this market closes, folks. Here's the chart. That's what they've done. They've just tried to get everyone out of this stock before the rise. Get them all out, make them all criers and liars and losers. And let's just see what happens after this bottom nut has been established. And I wonder what that line means to them, if it has any relevance to the past at all. That number right there. What does that have to do with the past? What does that number right there have to do with the past? Ah, there it is. There's the old familiarity of it. And that price is at 285. Oh my gosh, 285, folks. They've been all over that line. They've been all over that line over here. Look at that, where they ran it up to there and stopped it and dropped it down, and then it went right over that. And look how right here, look how they took it to that line and stopped it. And now again, 285, folks. Let's look at the 10-day chart. Oh, that number's so, they're so in love with that freaking number. Right there, folks. 285. Man, look at the 5-day on the 50-day, the 200-day moving average right there. 285, folks. The same number that they tried here to hold so long. Right there, folks. That's the line right there they're trying to stay on. What a coincidence. What a coincidence that they would run it down to that price right there. Look at all that. Look how they tried to hover and stay on that line so long and keep this price below that line. Look at how long they tried to keep this price for days and days and days and days. Then they gave it a low drop and then boom, off to the races. And here they are again on the same damn line right now on the 1-day chart on the same freaking line. There it was, folks. 277, folks. 277. 277 right there. And I just bought it at 305 a share. And now I'm going to sell it at 315. When I just bought at 305, I'm going to sell at 315 right now. That's right. I'm going to sell it right now 10 cents higher than I just bought it for. Yep. Bought it at 305, going to sell it 315. Now I'm going to sell all the way up to 320 here now. I'm going to sell all the way up to 320 right now. And we're going to try to buy 307 and try to buy 308. Just sold 315. Just like I told you I would. Told you I'd buy it at 305 and sell it at 315, and I just did. There we go. Just sold 316. Just sold 317. Man, I wonder how high this could go in after hours after such manipulation. I wonder how high it could go, folks. Raising the buy now to 308. Trying to raise it to 308 and 309. The sells are coming out. I just sold 322, 322. Selling 100 at 323. Selling 100 at 327. 100 at 329, 330. There we go. Just sold them there, 324. Just sold 327. Hey, honey bunny. I forgot to put the laundry over. Well, I really don't like to run it, and whatever. Yep, I did it yesterday though, and now I'm trying to buy 308. I saw a millimeter second drop to 306 just then, but my 308 did not fill, and my 309 did not fill, and now she's going right back up. So that was a nice little quick drop effort to 308. They tried, but none of my orders filled there, even though they just did that to 308. And it says 308 and 309, 310. There we go. I got 309. Finally got it. And now I'm going to sell the 309 at 319. And I'm just going to keep buying it 10 cents less and keep selling it 10 cents higher, folks. That's the only thing I can do, because that's all they're allowing for right now. They're trading in a very tight range. Now we're going to sell 325, sell 327. She's looking good, folks. There it is right there. JEM. JEM. How high will it go in after hours? Man, I sure wish I could keep trading this on this paper money account in after hours. I can tell you that right now. Dang it. I think it sucks that they won't let you do that. But for sure, you should be selling right here now with me at 318, 319, 320. You just have to do it over and over, folks. Just keep doing what we're doing here. Notice there is no desire really to make this thing fall anymore. They've stopped trying to get it below 308. They've just completely given that up. And I just sold 317. I just sold 318 and 319. Now I'm going to raise the buy up. I'm going to try and buy at 309, 310, 311, 312, and 313. And let's keep this baby rolling. And there she goes. She's going right on up. And now you want to sell here 100 shares at a time. 322, 323, 324. Sell them, folks. And I just sold 324, 324, 324. And now I'm very curious to see. And I only have 3,900 shares left of this. I did sell a lot of them, 100 at a time. But now my dollar cost average is how much? 418. 418. And I just lowered it from 472 to 418, ladies and gentlemen, at the closing bell. So I just want you to see how this works, folks. Earlier, my dollar cost average was at 644, folks, on this stock. That's right, JEM. My dollar cost average was 644 at 1037 this morning. And I sold this stock at 12 bucks. And I sold it at 1130 and 1133 and 1131. Then I lowered my DCA from 644 at 1037 to 583 at 1048. Then I lowered it. Then it went to 838 at 1:49 p.m. because I sold it up in the 12s and the 11s and 12s. And then I started buying again right here at this price, 838 at 149. Okay. That's where the price I started buying it. That was my dollar cost average after I sold it in the 11s was 838. Then within an hour, I had dropped my dollar cost average to 685. Then within 15 minutes, I dropped it from 685 to 656. From 301, I dropped it to 642 in 9 minutes. From 642, I dropped it to 568 in 3 minutes and 25 and in just 15 minutes. From 310 to 325, I dropped the DCA from 642 to 568. Then I dropped my DCA at 341 to 530. At 347, I had my DCA to 472. And by 4 o'clock, my dollar cost average, which had started at $8.38, at 4 o'clock, my DCA is now 418. 418. All right. That is how I keep lowering my dollar cost average. By the way, I kept trading it, day trading it. And I just kept lowering it and 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 lowering it. And I can keep lowering it again tomorrow by doing the same thing I did with it today. All right. So, yeah, took a big hit on it today, but also kept lowering my DCA, kept lowering it, kept lowering it, kept lowering it. In a 10-year span, they ripped it all around the world and put in ornamental crap. JP Panic, 542. Yep, I am going to watch a few of these vids later on. Okay. Well, guys, what do you know? The stock closed at 321, and the bid now is 331, and the ask is 340. And the bid just jumped to 336, and the ask is 346. Oh my, I told you guys this thing could take off in after hours. It could run. I told you this thing could really make a move in the AH. Look how fast they dropped the price in just 2 hours. That can go right back up, folks. It's a huge gap from here down. A gap like you wouldn't believe exists now on this stock right here. Herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking. Herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky. Get everybody out of it. Get them out and then run it up. Run it up in the after hours. Well, I tell you what, they closed it at 321 and the bid is now 322 and the ask is 326. And the bid is now 325 and the ask is 326. And now the bid is 326. Now the bid is 327. Now the bid is 327 and the ask is 330. And now the bid is 325 and the ask is 328. I think we're in good shape, guys. So I think we're going to be fine. JEM. Bid now is 325, ask is 329. The ask is 329. The ask is 327. And we're still green over the close. JEM, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is right here. JEM. There it is. JEM. Oh, now up 2% already. Now up 2.5. Now up 3.5. What do you know? Huh. JEM. Oh, now up 3.43% in the after hours. Who would have ever guessed that to happen? Now up 3.74. Who would have ever thunk it? Now up 4%. Now up 5%. Now up 6%. All right. Oh, my. Well, it was easy to predict that, folks. It was being so manhandled and so manipulated all the way down. Oh, now up 7.5% in after hours. Nice. Now up 8% in after hours. It's already got back half of its day's loss in just 5 minutes, folks. In 7 minutes' time, it's gotten back half of its day's loss. Almost half. JEM. Well, this will be interesting to see what happens with this in the morning, folks. It'll be interesting to see how high it goes this evening. Now up 7.17%. That is awesome. Now up. And what are they going to do? How are they going to stop it from going up? They don't have any more shares, I guess. They must have run out of all those freaking fake shares they had. That's all I can figure out is that they ran out of all the fake ones they had. I guess. I guess they finally ran out, right? Now up 9%. All right. Well, guys, listen. I don't know what this thing's going to do. If it's going to keep rising, it now up 12%. Now up 13, up 14. And the whole day's beating is now going away, folks. Up 17%. Ah, oh my gosh. Now I'm only down 1,600 on it. Now I'm only down $785 on it. Now I'm done 197. Now I'm green. Oh my gosh, I just went green on it. Look at that. My dollar cost average is 418 and the price is at 419. 427 now. And now I'm up $469 on this thing. Unfortunately, they won't let me sell it on paper money. Gosh dang it. Daggum, folks. Oh, Lord. Lord, look at them run it up over my DCA. Now up $469 on it. Now up 587. Oh, wow. There's the chart on it. Look at that thing launching, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh. JEM. JEM. Look at that, folks. Up 36% in the after hour now. Golly. Nice. Wow. Goodness gracious. Down 19% today, now up 33% in the after hours. Folks, if I were you, I would sell some of this here. All right. If I were you, I'd sell it here, up 38%. Oh my gosh, look at that thing skyrocket, just like I thought it would. Man, I said to you guys, I wonder how high this is going to go in the after hours. Wow. Look at everyone buying that thing up. Look at them buying it up, folks. Look at all the hoarding of these shares right now at this price. 440 now. Oh my gosh. And now I'm up $1,800 on this position since I opened it. Wow. 44%. Holy smokes, everyone. Up 46%. Oh my gosh. 49% up. Wow. And I told you folks, the fastest they dropped it so fast it could go up so fast. Well, what do you know? A green day after all. Congratulations, everyone. What can I say? Sometimes the manipulation is just too good. It's too perfect. They manipulated it too perfect. JEM, yes. And I'd like to stick around with you here late this evening, but I got to go knock out some chores around here. And wow, I'm up over $1,000 now in after hours, up $1,018. All right, everybody. Well, I hope you have a great night, everyone. Thank you for being here. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to disconnect you right there. But wow, stock is up now 43% in after hours. Congratulations if you got in on that one. Yep, nice. Nope, you don't understand. I know it seems confusing, but I'm actually green on this stock now. My dollar cost averages. You don't understand how it works, but at any rate, I can't complain at all about that. Up 40% after the stock was down 19% today. So you guys have a great evening. I hope you have a good one. We'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll be here. Try to be here early, but don't forget tonight the match between the United States and uh, who is it they're playing? The country with two names. Bosnia Herzegovina. Bosnia Herzegovina. So that starts at 8 o'clock tonight, I believe. So it should be a good soccer match between the United States and Bosnia Herzegovina. If they advance, they'll be going to the last 16, and may the best team win. Thank you all for being here with me today. I appreciate it. And what a great way to end up the day. What appeared to be a massive, massive loss of funds uh, turns around and goes up 40% in the after hours. And maybe it'll continue. We'll see what happens tomorrow. All right, everybody, I'm going to get on out of here. I hope you have a great day. God bless each and every one of you. We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, I can get up early at 6:48 a.m. All right. And you guys have a great night. Enjoy your evening. And we hope that you all live long and prosper and have good health. And last but not least, that you are surrounded with love, everyone. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Bye bye.